Hi.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Went by there 15, 20 minutes ago, and there weren't very many cars out once, so I don't know how big a deal it's gonna be.
I don't know, sweetie.
Forward, forward, right? So you stay in your bed. Thanks, appreciate it. Meeting to order, it's 9 o'clock. Thank you everyone for being here. First and foremost, we're just gonna start off. We have a full house this morning, so if you could please silence your phones or turn them off so they don't disrupt the meeting. And please make sure not to be speaking out in the public unless you're part of public comment, just so everyone can hear the presentations. We have a few things and notes that we have to go over for every meeting, and so we'll do those first. Again, welcome to today's Lyon County Planning Commission, Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. The Planning Commission meetings are open to the public, and members of the public may attend in person. And the meetings are also virtual, and the public may attend via virtual Zoom. Public comment, Lyon County allows the following alternatives for public comment. If you are attending a virtual Zoom meeting, public comment may be provided by raising your hand and requesting to provide public comment. This can occur in several ways, including by dialing *9 from your phone to raise your hand and request to speak for public comment. To unmute yourself, dial *6. You can also provide the public comment for this meeting by sending an email to countyclerks@lyon-county.org the day prior to the posted meeting date. Be sure to type public comment in the subject line. Written public comments may also be mailed to the Lyon County Community Development Office at 27 South Main Street, Yerington, Nevada, 89447. But all public comments must be received prior to the date of the meeting, or the comments to be included in the supplemental materials. Any written public comment received the day of the meeting will be compiled and added as supplemental materials to the county's website and distributed to the Planning Commission within 24 hours after the meeting. Members of the public may attend the meeting in person at the Greg Honeywell Lyon County Commission Chambers, 27 South Main Street, Yerington, Nevada. First and foremost, this morning, we would like to welcome our two new commissioners, Commissioner Jim Davis and Commissioner Mike Irvin. Thank you for being here this morning. We'll continue with roll call. First, we have Commissioner Merritt.
Here.
Commissioner Irvin.
Here.
Commissioner Allen.
Here.
Commissioner Sarasola, myself is present. Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Loomis is on Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
And of course, Commissioner Davis. Thank you. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Commissioner Davis is going to lead us in that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next statement is public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. Members of the public who wish to address the planning commission may approach the podium and speak on matters related to the Lyon County Planning Commission, but not on items appearing on the agenda. Speakers are asked to state their name for the record and to sign in and print their name on the form at the lectern. And we would just request that you please print clearly so your information can be put into the documents accordingly. If it's written in cursive or scribbly and we can't read it, we can't put it in correctly. So please just make sure that you print that correctly for us when you come up to the podium to speak.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I request, we did move the sign-in sheet to the table over here.
Okay, perfect.
The committee wants to make a line that way.
Yes. That way, as you can get in line to do your public speaking, you can sign in ahead of time when we keep the meeting going. Also, let's see. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person or topic. The commission reserves the right to reduce this 3-minute time limit as well as limit the total time for public comment. If your item requires extended discussion, please request the chair to calendar the matter for future planning commission meetings. The planning commission will not restrict comments based on viewpoint. The same applies to public testimony on each agenda item. The chair may reopen public participation anytime during the meeting. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on an agenda item as an item upon which action may be taken. If we're going to move to the next one, review and adoption of the agenda for possible action. Do we have any public comment for the adoption of the agenda?
Madam Chair, item 3 is its own item for public participation.
Sorry. Oh, yes, so public participation right now. I apologize. We jumped right past that one. That will keep the meeting quick. So if you have any public participation and you don't want to speak on anything that's not on the agenda, you may sign in and have your 3 minutes this morning for that.
This portion they cannot talk about it. So we'll try.
If you would like to speak during public comment, you can sign in and you can have your 3 minutes to speak. We're not going to just speak out in open forum today. We're going to keep things very diplomatic and according to the requirements. And you will have an open 3 minutes to speak on any of the agenda items when that time comes to. Public comment will be held for that item itself. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
So you could speak your name and you can have 3 minutes, sir.
Jim DeChambeau. And does anybody know what the legal limit of people in this room is? I believe we've exceeded the fire code for the amount of legal people in this room, and I think therefore this meeting cannot be held. Can anybody answer me on what the legal limit is for the number of people in this room? It should be posted somewhere.
An answer?
We
don't get to interact with the public. Our district attorney is here. He may respond if he'd like.
Okay, I was just waiting for y'all to answer him, so okay. I just have to say that between.
Before you start, please, did you sign in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then say your name for the record.
Nancy Calvert,
Thank you.
and I live in Dayton, if that matters. Between Watchell Story and Lyon County, there are already 23 data centers. How many is enough? We are going to lose our groundwater. We all are concerned, or many of us are concerned about our drinking water, maybe not for next year or the year after, but we're certainly worried about it 10 years from now, because the environmental impact on these data centers has not been fully formed nationwide. They're building them faster than we are inspecting them. And all of a sudden, you're hearing the horror stories about people that don't have water anymore. Or that their electricity bills have skyrocketed because they're being drained for the data centers. And there's many of us that are already on fixed incomes. We cannot do this, but my concern is the water. I came over here from Dayton, I crossed over Bucksland Station and Carson River. I could walk across it because there's just so little water in it already, and we're only in July, and our farmers are gonna need water throughout the rest of the summer. If we keep building these data centers, we are not, unless you can guarantee that they are closed looped and they use the same water every single day, then I'm sorry, but I really wish that you would push these data centers back and let us reevaluate this whole scenario here. Thank you.
Could I talk? Good morning. Yes, you can state your name and then you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Michelle Trevino, live on Penrose. The data center is bad. That's all I can say about it, just in general. Clark County, yesterday, my husband works for NV Energy, just put out an alert saying they put a freeze on the data centers out there because of the water usage and the power. The Hoover Dam cannot support the power of the data centers. I don't know why you guys think it's gonna work in a residential neighborhood. The ponds that you fish in by the hatchery will be gone. My well will be dry. My value of my house will be gone. Who is gonna be responsible for that? Are you guys responsible for that? The County of Lyon? Who is approving this? That's gonna ruin so many things. And then they're gonna come back and go, oh, we want to exempt on our taxes for this. Why? You guys think that you're gonna get big taxes? They're gonna ask for exemptions. They're gonna ask for leeway. So you're not gonna get what you're thinking for the price. To run a data center, average of 3 to 5 people. They're not gonna be local people. They're gonna be engineers. They're not gonna use local people to build it. They have specialized people. They're coming in from out of town. They're not gonna stay here. They're gonna build it. They're gonna ruin our environment and they're gonna leave. So I wanna know why you would think it's worth losing our water, our livelihood for this. Because they're not gonna give you everything they're promising. They lie. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. I'm gonna just stress a little bit too, that if you're going to speak about data centers that is on the agenda, that specifically, then you need to hold your comments until we speak at that time. If you want to speak in generalities of anything else, this is the open time to do that. Thank you. Next, yes.
Hi, my name is Guy Lane Senior.
Thank you, Guy.
Hi, I live in Fernley. I'm a retired engineer. I spent my life building power plants. I built everything under the sun. And what I don't have the engineering people that I used to have. So I decided to use AI. And I was impressed. AI searched the web, found all the data that I needed. And if I don't mind, I put together a small, no, this is, they're multiple. Oh, but it's a very quick read, and it basically tells you.
Give them to staff. please.
Sure. Thank you. There you go. You're welcome. What it is it's what happens when you try to cite a utility scale power plant inside the city limits. It's the most ludicrous thing that you should ever do. Nobody does that anymore. The fact that they're wanting to put in Wärtsilä diesels is another issue. To get the capacity that they need, they're going to have almost 80 of those diesels in there. Those things weigh 350 tons each. Okay, they produce almost 120 decibels of sound. Reciprocating diesel engines are terrible as far as noise goes. The high-pitched turbines, our turbochargers, are way up in the stratosphere as far as sound. The problem is it's the base level. It's the low frequency stuff. When you have this many units and you put them together, they have a tendency to resonate. It's the same thing that happens when you were a kid and we put a tuning fork and two different tuning forks and you put them close together, they start resonating at the same time. Okay, that's what's going to happen with these diesels. I've been in places where we had to run these diesels and I've installed quite a few. Okay, everything from diesel generators to gas turbines. And that's really what they should be using. The problem, the thing that they're doing is they're trying to get away from the regulations. If they put in a 25 megawatt unit, they're considered a large source by the EPA. They're putting in 22.9 megawatt units, so they can be considered a small source. Then they don't have all the regulations that are required to put that unit in that they would have with the utility side. That's why this is just an absolutely, when you comprehend what's going on, I understand it. They can't get frame units. This is the only thing that's available. So they're trying to make the best they can do. But putting this thing in the city is just, I don't understand it. From an engineering perspective, you've got 25,000 people up there and you're going to ruin the property value of every single piece of property in that town. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Just state your name for the record.
Istanbul Hizakrimizin, Ponizakrimizin, Porkitako, Holy Legged Scott, Nakamogane, Hishri Legged Scott. Stone Hocket Moment to Hyomin Chestimikosin, the boat team, Marot Kasido. Hello, my name is Kylie No Heart and War. I'm from the Muskogee Creek Nation. I've just recently moved to the area from Oklahoma. And this data center is a very big concern because there is apparently no EIS, environmental impact statement, that's required for this to occur, which basically means that all the data that we have in our hands could potentially be a lie. On top of that, there are evidence and everything that is in the ground that are artifacts, they are on that land. It will destroy the historic value that we have as Indigenous people to the local area. I just want to make the room in here aware of that. And that's why, it's very important that we understand the history of the land, because the history of the land is what protects us as Indigenous people. Thank you.
Good morning.
It's Leo Solari. I could walk to this meeting for where I live. I could actually walk up to the Solar Libra Farm project that this is a planning commission, and I'd really like to know what this planning commission knows about the Solar Libra Farm that's up and running. I can tell you exactly how many days it's running, because when I walk down my property out to the street on Purcell up here, count 80 trucks per hour. That is an exact number, 80 trucks an hour. And this is before any other projects are approved. So a planning commission looks at each project individually, approves it. How about we look at all these projects that are currently approved and running? Now, the reason I think you guys don't know nothing about this, it's in Mineral County. But as you drive up by Pumpkin Hollow, by Walker River State Reservoir, the new resort we built, that's how you get out. There's only one way to get out to Solar Libra Farms. It's coming down. They come right down Main Street. If the load comes from south from Vegas, it comes out and goes out there. If it comes in from anywhere other direction, it comes right down 95. Like a lot of these folks, and most of you came down 95 to get here today. The road is a mess now. Right now, it's a mess before we approve any more projects. So I'm not here. I have my feelings about data centers and mining, but mining was here first. Agriculture was here also. So now I'm not going to talk about data center. I'm going to talk about trying to get in and out of town. If I need to get to a hospital, I've got a helicopter for this purpose, because you can't go out 95 before these projects hit. Traffic's a mess. So right now, we've approved Solar Libra Farm. It's running. There's enough traffic already. You cannot stack another project on top of this. The road was never improved before they started this. You know why? It's in Mineral County. I don't know how much, probably none of it was ran by you guys, because it's not in our county. But 100% of everything that happened at Solar Libra Farm up here is ran through this county. There's no way to get out there. You drive out by the Walker River State Resort, beautiful project. You guys, they rebuilt it. It's all nice out there. Paved it all the way out there for the trucks to get out to solar. Every bit of solar, every bit of commerce, every boots on the ground, every employee, every bit goes through our county. Again, if it's coming from this end of our state, it actually comes down 208, which is Main Street, right by these facilities here. So there's a traffic mess right now. Right now, there's so many trucks. It started 6 months ago. I hope you guys, I'm sure were involved with it, even though it's not in Lyon County, but you had to have been, because everything comes from me. So we cannot approve any other projects, any project. I don't care, open up a shoe store until we fix this highway. I'm not talking about making a turn lane to get into a new future project. The whole highway, all the way to Ramsey Week Road, people are dying every day. And a couple of deaths have happened recently by my house, and I'm not throwing anybody on the bus, but it was this new project. 2 employees running late to the meeting. Right through Mason and criminally hit an old couple of local citizens here, killed them. Okay, traffic accidents happen all the time. That's gonna happen. But if we're planning stuff that's making it worse, you're not doing your job. All right, I know my time's up. Please, I know all of you here have driven this highway I'm talking about. It's freaking dangerous. And I bet you know how many
I'm
years.
sorry, but your 3 minutes are up.
How many
Thank you.
years it's been since they improved that highway? Not.
Good morning.
Morning. My name's Levi Case. I live out on Sunset Hill. We have a big mining project that's gonna go in up there, which is actually gonna use a lot of water. And we're not allowed to talk about this data center. I would like to talk about our elected officials that we hired, we voted for. And we, the people, hope that you folks up there will side with the public, the county, because we hired you in, we can hire you out.
Good morning.
Hi, Justina Yellow here for the record. I'm formally asking the planning commission to recommend that the Board of Commissioners adopt a temporary moratorium on new data center applications and approvals in Lyon County. This would provide the county time to independently research these facilities, hear from the public, and establish strong protections before projects are approved that could permanently affect our communities. Data centers are rapidly expanding and are being fast-tracked across the country. However, regulations governing their enormous electricity demands, water use, diesel generators, wastewater, noise, pollution, and proximity to homes have not kept pace. Other Nevada communities have recognized this. The city of Reno has stopped accepting new data center applications through August 2027 while it researches best practices, engages in the public, and develops appropriate regulation. Humboldt County has also implemented a pause while it works on new zoning requirements, and the city of Henderson is also considering a similar action. If Reno and other Nevada communities need additional time to understand these projects, Lyon County should be equally cautious. Communities throughout the country are also taking action. At least 15 states have introduced legislation to restrict or pause data center construction while studying impacts on power grids and water supplies. While statewide bans are rare, hundreds of communities have enacted local moratoriums and zoning restrictions. This is becoming a reasonable and responsible response to an industry developing faster than local governments can regulate it. Even Congress has introduced the Artificial Intelligence Center Moratorium Act, which would temporarily pause new data center construction and expansion until national protections addressing environmental, economic, safety, and community impacts are established. Last week, the Protecting Communities from Data Center Impacts Act of 2026 was introduced. We are already seeing warning signs in other communities where data centers have been built. In Wyoming, wastewater discharge during construction of a data center was linked to a rare bacterium in the city's reclaimed water system. In Eastern Oregon, Amazon paid $2 million to settle allegations that the data center contributed nitrate contamination. These companies do not have the right to place risks of their operations on our families, our air, our water, or land. Lane County should not allow residents to become the test subjects for an industry whose long-term effects have not been adequately studied here. Please recommend a temporary moratorium to the Board of Commissioners before additional data center projects move forward. Taking time to protect the public is not anti-development. It is a responsible planning. No amount of money is worth risking our health, clean water, and air. This is our home. We should not have to sacrifice it for the profits of $1 billion technology company.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning.
And I also would like you to ask for a moratorium on data centers. I also believe they have not been studied adequately for safety. And across the nation, people are asking for moratoriums on data centers. I have a particular heart for, well, all of the people, but I also would like to try to speak for those that can't speak for themselves. And I work with non-speaking autistic and other sensitive individuals. I've also worked with trauma and doing sound therapy. And one of the principles of sound therapy is that low tones create fear in those that have been traumatized. And as you know, we have a lot of veterans that have been traumatized in this area. We have a lot of increase of autism and other neurodevelopmental issues that are on the rise. All of those people are, and all of us are sensitive to these low undertones that occur from these data centers, and also the high frequency ones as well, but especially particularly the low tones. And I do believe that we need to do more environmental impact on not just acoustics, but also, you know, what's going to happen to the water when it gets recycled out, what's going to happen to our electric bills. Yes, they hook up, is their responsibility, but after a while, I think we all end up picking up some of the electrical bills with some of the electrical use. I'm also worried about air quality from these forever chemicals that are used, the PFAS that can go into the air in the closed loop system. So there's no perfect solution for these systems. And I think that we need to do much more work on studying the environmental impact. These are monstrous things and monstrous buildings that aren't going to go away easily. And so again, on behalf of those that can't speak for themselves, I'm asking for these, especially neurodivergent, neurosensitive people that have been traumatized, to please do a moratorium and look at the environmental impact on all the different aspects of environmental impact on these systems. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm the former project manager for Tahoe Reno Industrial Center. Reported directly to the decision maker for 14 years from 2011 to 2024. I also ran the water and sewer utility in TRI for about 7 years, up until 2019. I'm very familiar with data centers there. I thought I'd pass on what our experience was. When data centers first came into TRI, we had many of the exact same concerns you're hearing today when they started coming in 2014. Since that time, we've had massive data center construction going on in the park with Switch now on their 5th million square foot data center, and Google building a data center campus. Our experience in the park and in the county up there has been a very good one. Number one, they didn't use near as much water as was projected. At last count, when I checked in a couple of months ago with the TRI GID general manager, the entire park with all the Switch data centers, Google data center campus, Tesla's 2 huge factories, we're consuming about 1,500 acre feet of water for all that, and all the 150 other companies that are in the park. I dealt a lot with Nevada Energy and the data center companies on transmission lines, infrastructure, substations, switching stations. That was almost all paid for by the data centers. We currently have about 3,000 acres of data center development going on with moving dirt right now. And all of the power infrastructure is being paid for by those data centers. Currently, Nevada is in the lowest 20% of residential power rates in the United States. We are lower than New Mexico, Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington, and Colorado. The only one we're a teensy bit higher than is Utah, but it's pretty close. So they've kept the power rates down despite the massive growth of power of data centers in northern Nevada. Also for the county, Story County, this has had a massive positive impact on revenues. The data centers still pay full boat on taxes for property taxes, and the contractors and subs and trades still pay full boat on their sales taxes for all the construction materials. Last, data centers have been very cognizant of community relations. And so they've been great supporters of the charitable groups, of the senior centers, and also the school. Matter of fact, one of the data centers there sponsored a high school robotics team that did very well nationally. So I hope this is a benefit for whatever it's worth. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Rick Remke.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name for me? Hey, in the audience, could you please keep it down so we could hear who's speaking? This is their 3 minutes. Thank you.
Rick Remke.
Thank you.
My biggest concern is you guys letting all these large companies come in. And we already have 2 cases of a water issue with your solar. I don't know the whole deal about water being sold. You have the mines up there. And they have broken federal laws, oil spill. And nobody's doing anything. Animals have died. People's property is contaminated from heavy metals and oil. And you guys are going on bringing in more of these businesses that nobody is doing anything about. If they break the law, if they do anything, they sell the company to the other company. Oh, we didn't go by these rules, so we'll go by our own. You are the ones that should be worried. Why aren't these people following federal laws and damaging other people's property? I'm not against the data center coming in. I'm against when it gets here, Nevada EPA ain't gonna do shit. Jennifer Carr, she's got a case going for 5 years. They haven't done anything. And you're gonna let more come in? You're letting more of these come in. I'm not against them coming in. I'm against you people are not following the federal laws. Damaging people's property, their livelihood. It's gone 5 years I've been arguing this. So now I'm going out and asking for your bonds, the number and the amount. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is Inga Lawson. I'm on Penrose Lane. Yes, like most people, big concern is the water. If we run out of water, are y'all gonna pay to have city water piped to our house? Highly doubt that. They're also talking about the noise, the absolute noise. There's so many videos out there of the constant hum, the constant noise. People are having medical issues due to that noise that one gentleman was talking about. There's a gentleman at the end of the street that has 5 boys living down there. What's it going to do to his children and all the other people? Not to mention that there is a National Security Defense Act of 24 that says no data centers can be built using any Chinese components. Has this even been looked into? That is a National Defense Act. That is something that we should really look into. And like I said in the very beginning, if I wanted to live next to a big ass building making a ton of noise, I'd have bought in Reno. So we like our small town. We kind of like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, Tom Silverwood. And part of you've already seen me. And some people don't look at me too much because they look down the floor and stuff, and I don't know why you're looking down. We're trying to help something here. Why are you not talking about this stuff and know what's going on. This is important. All the people in here. You people are supposed to do it. Why are you not here? Doing the right things. I've seen you down here. I've seen you here before. But why are you doing something right? To help all the people in here. We're important. You know, we're important. You don't like us? Okay, we'll figure something out. And this is not right. I live in Silver Spring, Silver Springs. And the water's gonna go through. You're gonna lose it and stuff, and you're not paying attention. You don't care about anything here. All the stuff going over here, you don't care. You don't care. All you want to do is make so damn mad. Because why? Why? Why are you trying to kill us? Why are you trying to kill us? Answer me, please. Where are the kids? Where are the kids? All your kids? Are they gonna die too for all this stuff going on? Look at me and tell them every day they're gonna get sick and die because they're finding stuff going on. Why is this like this? Why do you do the right thing? Do the right thing. I'm done.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, for the record, my name is Molly McGregor. I live in Lyon County. I work on 2 jobs, sometimes 3 jobs. I already can't afford to live here, even though it's supposed to be the most affordable area to live in, right? Lived here for years, and I have watched so many corporations come into our area, take, and leave nothing for us. My kid lives here. And every day I'm terrified that people like you are gonna make decisions that poison her drinking water, that make it impossible for her to become a young woman. And I am really scared for this data center coming in because I see what's happening in other parts of our country. And I see why there are moratoriums happening. You know, I have, above a master's degree, I'm almost a therapist, right? I'm working here. I work with folks who are impacted every day. I'm a social worker. Okay, and I've worked as a social worker in multiple counties, and I've worked in this county. And people here already cannot afford the industries that come in and take and give nothing back. We are promised the world, you're probably promised the world, and nothing ever comes of it. My husband works in construction. He actually has to help build some of these data centers. And there's no long-term economic plan for these to support our community. Our schools deserve better than this. Our community deserves better than this. And when the stewards of this land speak up and tell you that the impacts of this will kill us, I don't know how else you can not listen to that. You know, there are folks here who have been fighting our government for decades, and they deserve to be heard in the fight that they have had. And welcoming in new projects like this is only going to harm our community. I see no economic boom that can happen from a building that is going to sit mostly empty. Thank you.
We let the countries present, and maybe they'll answer a lot of questions and read what they'll post.
It's your turn if you want to speak, yes. You do have opportunity at this time if you concur with the person speaking before you, so we can get to the actual presentation from the company to say that I agree with the previous speaker, and we will put it into record for you, so we have that information on file. Just please state your name before you speak.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Name is Jesse J. Robinson, and I'm a Silver Springs resident, 25 years. Ready? Okay. Chair, commissioners, and neighbors. There are moments when a county decides not only what it will permit, but what it will become. My name is Jesse J. Robinson. I am a second-generation Nevadan, and I stand here with my father, Jesse D. Robinson, today. We are self-employed residents who have each called Lyon County home for 25 years. For a quarter century, this country has been a part of our lives, our work, and our future. We speak out of concern for every family. Ranch, farm, tribal community, and neighboring community that may live with this decision. We are not against the technology, jobs, or progress, but progress without proof is only a promise, and promises do not protect wells, families, or future generations. At Copia's open house, my father and I asked whether a publicly reviewable water use and wastewater management plan had been prepared. A Copia representative told us those plans would be developed after approval. Final construction drawings may come later, but basic facts cannot. Before this project advances, the public deserves to know its water source and quantity, its waste streams, where commissioning and flush water will go, and how fire, water, drainage, spills, and decommissioning will be handled. These questions cross property lines. Members of the Walker River Paiute tribe and residents of the Walker River Reservation depend upon the health of the river, groundwater, land, wildlife, and regional quality of life. Their interests, together with nearby schools, farms, ranches, homes, and surrounding communities, deserve consideration before approval, not after impacts become difficult to reverse. Approval cannot become permission to discover the impacts later. The public also deserves clarity about who will own, operate, and use a campus built for artificial intelligence and hyperscale computing. Ownership may change, but this county, this river, and its people remain. Privacy, security, and accountability belong in the review. There is a responsible path forward. Continue this item and require an independent, vendor-neutral evaluation of air cooling, direct-to-chip liquid cooling, single-phase immersion, and two-phase immersion cooling. In two-phase immersion, a dielectric fluid boils at the hot electronics, rises as vapor, condenses inside the enclosure, and returns to the bath for reuse, unlike cooling tower water that is intentionally evaporated and lost. This working fluid is recaptured in a closed cycle. Paired with this closed-loop dry heat rejection, it can drastically reduce routine water consumption, cooling power, and infrastructure burden. Evaluate single-phase systems such as Engineered Fluids ElectroCool EC100 along with these two-phase technologies from other manufacturers. Compare the water demand, energy use.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
If allowed here today, may I submit a separate technical brief on the single-phase and two-phase immersion cooling for inclusion in the public record and possible review by the appropriate engineering staff?
Yeah, you can give it to the planning director, Gavin.
Here. Okay. And there it goes.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you. I appreciate your time here. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Robin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Robin Biggs for the record. Good to see you all. It's very damning that we do not have any representation from Yerington on this board or the commissioners board. I am asking, and I think everyone here that has spoken before me, we are needing you to remove from the agenda 7A. It needs to be removed. This project is incapable, they have not done their homework. It needs to be removed. There's two Libras, one down off East Walker Road, and that water, they drove for 2 years trying to find water, and they can't find water. Oh, they're sending and it's going to be all on Mineral County looking into Walker Lake. And then the other one, 95A, the city drilled water for 2 years because our California well went bad. And as soon as it was up and running, they're sending water out to 95A to Sierra Way out there. The one south of town past the state, Walker River, they couldn't find water either. They were drilling for water. They've got Mr. Snyder, Jim Snyder. He had some water rights. He's giving them the water rights. And these should not be going on. These are panels that move. They're not good for the wildlife. They're not set right. There's no federal aviation, state aviation, local aviation reports. I pay $1,000 about, I use about 1,000 gallons or less of water from the city, and I'm paying for 4,000. I xeriscape. I don't want my water going out there. And they're drilling so much water, the ground falls all over. It falls, it's never gonna come back up. They have to keep drilling lower, and when they do that, the people that are on private wells and, you know, and septic tanks out in the areas, they have to drill lower for their water. There are not enough agendas for this meeting. This is very bad. There are too many people in the hallway. This meeting cannot continue. They cannot see what's going on because there's not a Zoom. This is not being Zoomed out there. This is in violation of open meeting law.
Thank you. Your time is up, Robin. Good morning.
Hi, Scott Lumley, third generation from Yerington. Thank you guys for what you guys are doing for everybody. I know it's a hard job. The only thing I have to do during this part of the agenda, because there are people talking about the data centers, is I'm just a little confused as I look at the amount of people that are in this room that are on Facebook, shopping on Amazon, using ChatGPT. I can't remember what everybody else was referring to, but you're using the internet. Stuff is stored, pictures are stored. They're on these data centers. They're stored in a data center. They're on the fibered line, all going throughout the whole country. I really don't understand what we're talking about. We can't even get to the presentation from these guys right now about the water usage, about the electricity or anything else. I just want everybody to understand you're being a little hypocritical right now if you don't think that you're using the data center. You're being hypocritical at this area.
Excuse me, he was quiet during your comments. Please refrain from commenting during his.
Thank you.
You have your 3 minutes.
So I guess I just want people to understand, you're using Facebook, you're putting information on there that's not vetted by anybody. And I just want you to look inside your own heart and realize you're using the data and the data centers store that information. Okay, so thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jim, what's his name?
Scott Longley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I got a prepared statement. I was gonna wait, but I wanted.
Quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Reif and I live in Mason Valley. My family has been in Mason Valley for generations and I care deeply about the future of this valley and the people who call it home. I've been extensively involved with the Monarch project from the beginning, attending meetings, listening to concerns and working with others to make sure this project is done correctly. Transforming low yield farmland into a high value technology center is a practical solution that supports sustainable land use while promoting economic development. By conserving water, which I will go over, and embracing industry innovation, we can ensure land makes a more meaningful contribution for our community's future. This project is located on unproductive agricultural ground and will significantly reduce water usage in an already over-appropriated water basin. It sits in an existing energy corridor next to a substation in a location with minimal impact on residents. The economic benefits of this project are substantial and will provide new long-term revenue to support our schools, our hospitals, and essential public services. These additional funds can help keep teachers in our classroom, support healthcare access close to home, and reduce pressure on local taxpayers while improving the quality of life in our valley. The project will also create good long-term jobs, as you will see when they do their presentation, support local businesses, and send a strong signal that Mason Valley and Yerington are open for reasonable investment and growth.
The company has already proven to be a strong community partner by supporting many local causes and their strong support from the governor for this project. We are already seeing positive signs, homes being built, new people moving to Yerington, and a local Main Street committee doing amazing things for our downtown. Change is difficult, but inevitable. If we work together, we can bring Yerington back. As far as the water goes, and these are the facts. When combined with the Winston Solar project that was approved, net water usage drops dramatically from 5,500 acre feet on this property to 750. That's an 86% reduction in water. Finally, I'm just very passionate about this. Finally, when we did the zoning change for Copia Power, you heard from many prominent residents, families of this valley who have been here for generations. And many are longtime farming families who understand both the value of agriculture and the need to adapt. They support these projects because they recognize that change is happening and want to help shape it in a way that keeps the valley viable for their children and grandchildren, rather than simply fighting it. To me, that says a lot about the character and priorities of this community. The Monarch project is in the right place and happening at the right time, and I respectfully hope you guys approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be respectful in this facility, please. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christine Stewart and I live
Thank
here
you,
in
Christine.
Yerington. I've been here 15 years. I moved here because it's a beautiful agricultural city. It's lovely. If we put, I would like a moratorium put on this to stop this from, at least to check it out, because if it goes in, the first thing it's gonna do with all that noise is kill all the bees in this area. And without bees, we can't have agriculture. And that's really important. Bees are what sustains us and lets us live. And you're putting all this noise and everything in here, these bees will be all gone. I'm worried about the water also, but without bees, we don't have a life. And this place could be, this AI could be done at a other place than in an agricultural town. This is agriculture. It shouldn't be put here. It should be put out in the desert someplace, up in industrial areas, not in a little town like this. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Black. I do live on.
I'm sorry, your first name again?
Cindy.
Cindy, thank you.
I live at 95 Penrose Lane, and I am like totally just watching things happen and learning more about the data center, which is going to be less than 2 miles from my house. And I understand the noise decimal. I have animals. I'm worried about my health. If I get sick, which I am 67 years old and I am completely healthy, in the next couple of years when this goes in, when my health goes down and you guys approve this, knowing that all the research is out there, that there is health risk, there's safety things, there's noise, I'm going to come back and I'm going to sue each and every one of you because you do know what to do. And I have that we'll just do a nice little class action suit against you. Thank you. Thank you.
Name's Bryson Massini.
Good morning.
Some of the land that's in this conversation is owned by my family, been owned by my family for a very long time. Very long time. Okay, and for all of you to shut us down based on your.
Sorry, yes, please.
That wants to shut my family down on marginal ground, which by the way, when it comes to water rights, the state engineer is gonna appropriate those appropriately and where they're supposed to be and how much usage and everything. And if you guys think that's gonna ruin this valley, you guys don't know anything about water, period. Zero, none of you. If that was gonna happen to this valley, it would have happened a long time ago with what goes on with the industrial, agricultural businesses that are here already.
That water shoots back down in it.
Sir, you have your 3 minutes to speak like everyone else. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Bryson. Do we have anyone else?
Real line.
Okay, we're gonna go to online. Diane online, her 3 minutes is lost. Please state your name. Does she need to state her address online? No? Okay. Diane, you'll have your time. We just have people online that have been waiting as well.
Hello, I guess it's for me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and listening to everybody. I'm against the data center for the long-term impacts of both noise and light pollution, and include hearing loss, stress, insomnia, and a decreased quality of life. The data centers generate light pollution. All the night lighting disturbs migration patterns, habitats among birds, bees, butterflies, bats, cats, turtles, and humans are disrupting the natural rhythms of the body. The air pollution that it emits, they emit significant pollutants such as nitrogen oxides, methane, fine particle matter, including chemicals like formaldehyde. In Memphis, Tennessee, who live near Musk's X's AI Colossus data center, they are showing increased signs of asthma and respiratory diseases and heart problems and elevated cancer risks. The wastewater is another problem. What are they doing with the wastewater that they use averaging 5 million gallons of water a day? What are they doing with the discharge of that water, which has been known already in Cheyenne, Wyoming's Meta's data center of putting a rare multi-drug resistance bacteria in their city's public sewers? And then the cost is being passed on. The electrical bills are being passed on to the citizens. In Pennsylvania, people that live near a data center, their electricity bill has gone up at least 20%. And not to mention, we're forgetting what these data centers are doing. Yes, they're going to the cloud, they're saving our pictures, but what they're really doing is it's a critical infrastructure that allows vast amounts of personal data to be collected, to be stored and analyzed by the AI systems at an unprecedented scale. The debate is increasingly shifting away from environmental impacts of the data centers to more about privacy, oversight, accountability, and who is controlling the data that's powering these systems. You imagine a world where every search, your purchases, your messages, your location, you check in, social media interaction, facial recognition scans, health records, location data, search history, and your financial activity is all being collected and recorded into a single AI system, accessible to the government via a shady agency with many probably lucrative contracts. Once this infrastructure exists, the temptation to use it to monitor citizens, to profile and control, is much more a human problem than a technical problem. So we do not support, I'm in Stagecoach. My name is Diane Hansel. We do not support any data center at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next online, it looks like we have a Ginger. Please state your name for the record when you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Ginger Tapia. I live in Silver Springs. I chose to live in Silver Springs because it's a beautiful area and I love the rural area and the beauty. If I wanted to live in a city, I would have stayed in the city. And the life of future generations. We are the ancestors of future generations. What gets approved today becomes their reality tomorrow. We have a responsibility to protect this beautiful area, its water, its farmland, its rural neighborhoods, and its cultural heritage. Choose a corporation over a community. We will all remember who stood with the people of Lyon County.
Thank you. Next online, we have Isabella Guerrero.
Hello, my name is Isabel Guerrero for the record. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing very well today. Thank you. I just wanted to come and lend my voice to this conversation, especially since I have many friends, colleagues in Yerington proper and Lyon County in its entirety. Currently, I'm a fifth-year PhD candidate at the University of Nevada, Reno. I am an Indigenous archaeology student and historical archaeology student, and I work for the Four Tribes Alliance to protect sacred landscapes and ancestral cultural places. I have been involved in various different organizations, supporting organizations including the Water Over Data Alliance, which has worked to propose and implement moratoriums in the city of Reno on data centers. And I just would like to share some points that they put forward in regards to data center development. First is I really implore this commission to oppose all data center development on traditional Paiute homelands. I believe this commission should prioritize the long-term health of the watershed over economic gain. I believe that this commission should seek prior and informed consent from all impacted sovereign tribal nations before any kind of data center project approval, especially the Yerington Paiute tribe, who this would greatly affect. And I really hope that this commission considers the real cost of data centers, how they impact water, animals, people, and communities. I believe that this is really the most important component here is that we do not understand the long-term effects of data centers on the environment, on the people who will be living near them. As an archaeologist and scientist, I'm very aware of the historical precedent of not really considering long-term impacts before implementing various different projects. I think it's important to listen to Native peoples, their knowledge and their ability to care for the land. And, you know, we see so much devastation now with huge fires because of the removal of fire from the landscape about 100 years ago throughout the Intermountain West, throughout the Great Basin. And we know that this land was always cared for by its Native peoples, by Numa peoples. And we very much should listen to them now and really consider what data centers might do to our homes going forward. It's not too late, it can be stopped. So definitely prioritize people over profit and water over data, communities over anything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Should that timed out, that was well. Next online, we have Candace. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. My name is Candace Stewart for the records, and I just really want to point out that I am very concerned about how much water that this data center is going to take. And from the little research that I've done, they plan to take 260.7 million gallons of water. That's over 700,000 gallons per day. And I'm very concerned about how that's going to affect our fight against these wildfires. 2 years ago, we had the Davis wildfire that almost reached the Reno Sparks area. And they actually canceled schools due to possible evacuation notices. And I'm just very afraid because for these wildfires, because we're currently living in a drought. We live in a desert, and our day so far has been long, hot, and on occasion windy and dry. And that's just a perfect recipe for these wildfires. And I'm very concerned about how much water we would have left to help battle these things. And that's just one of many concerns that we have, especially due to hygiene, just to simply wash our stuff like clothes and dishes and everything. But wildfires has most definitely been my main concern, especially since I'm trying to raise a family out here as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Next online, we have Matthew Winterhawk. Please state your name for the record.
Matthew Winterhawk for the record, just making sure you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
All right, fantastic. Well, I'm here obviously in opposition to any action or recommendation, support letter, incentive discussion, or advancement of any data center energy compound proposal. What is happening today and why Nevadans are furious? For years, residents have been told almost nothing, while plans, land deals, energy discussions, water right conversations, industrial development plans have been moving in the background. Whether you call this an economic development, powered land infrastructure, energy compounds, technology campuses, or data centers, the result is the same. Rural Nevada wakes up one day and finds out that the valley has already been carved up on paper before the people who live there and depend on it were ever meaningfully included. And now it's 2026. The officials are all acting surprised that Nevadans are angry. Are you all surprised? Wow! You should be angry, Nevadans, Urington, Mason Valley. People worked their entire lives for these homes, ranches, wells, farms, neighborhoods, and open valleys. They raised families here. They built lives there. They trusted the local government to protect the public interest, not quietly prepare the rural community for corporations that need the land, power, water, roads, and emergency services, and the tax structure. That is not responsible growth. Responsible growth starts with the public being involved. It does not start with a vague agenda language, private conversations, developer presentations, and residents that are trying to piece together the truth after the facts. If the project had no major impact, well then release the full entire file. If the water was never an issue, well then release the engineering documents that show the demand. Not, it's efficient, it's closed loop, it hardly uses anything. Dirt. You stupid sense. Come on, people. These people are not dumb, they are not rural, they are not uneducated, and for you to continue to act like that is embarrassing. You want to know why I spend my time inside of Lyon County all over Story County? Because you elected and appointed officials are embarrassing. Embarrassing. You sold them out. The land deals, the development deals, Roger Norman, Gilman, Mancini, you've got Jerry Bryant cutting deals, you've got your city council cutting deals inside, you've got everyone inside of that town that knew, except for the people that depend and blood, sweat, and tears in their farms, their ranch, their families, everyone that dies of the cancers, you smiled them while opening the door knowing full well you caused it. Disgusting human beings. This is not a partisan issue, this is a humanity issue. I am never going to stop working for Nevadans. I have your contributions, I have your political contributions from data centers, I have your data and your development deals underneath where you bought the land for pennies, you had them disposed by the BLM and BOR. You've got Mancini, who has moved out into Arizona after selling off his farm, knowing full well he doesn't have to deal with it. Everyone else moved out of contamination. I'm asking you to take an action and hold yourselves responsible and deliver for the people at which you were elected and appointed.
Yeah!
We don't have diplomacy in this room. Thank you. We appreciate your emotions, but at the end of the day, this is a public forum and we're here to be decent to everyone. Do we have anybody else online that is raising their hand to speak? At this time, I think it's a good idea to move forward. We will have an intersection of public comment to let the program be heard, so maybe we can answer some questions. We seem to have a very,
Madam Chair, we have one more online.
oh, go ahead, sorry. Joanna, could you state your name, full name, and last name for the record, please?
Sorry, I was muted. I said, Bisha Wama, Ikiman Nobi Guayu, Go Shoot Nui Numawasho, Wantaguyu Namadu. Good morning, Planning Commission. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you this morning on this very important topic. I think you should have a more open and informed decision-making process when it comes to planning and development. This Monarch Data Center is a huge project. And yes, they're planning on putting a lot of money into the infrastructure and bringing, construction jobs, and all of that is well and good. I'm not opposed to that. I support, people that want to help our community and provide jobs and build our economy. But let's do it right. Let's do it right and listen to our state engineer. Libra Solar Company Corporation already's been, you know, they're probably going to get fined because they were taking water from a private ag person who had ag well use and wasn't using it. So they kind of made a handshake agreement, which was a no-no by the state engineer, because of the fact that the state engineer has pumped the brakes on all construction projects that will be pumping groundwater due to water scarcity. Now, water scarcity is an issue because right next door to where your Penrose Lane is our U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Isn't there, you know, out there, Miller and Lux, the wildlife? We haven't heard from them yet. How's that going to impact the fisheries? They pump groundwater out there for the fish to survive. So I don't see that as a good place to position a data center. And furthermore, did they get the right air quality permits? Have they got their water quality permits in place? Because the state engineer isn't playing when it comes, we're in drought, we've been in drought, we live in the desert. So since the Libra Solar Project found that they could not pump groundwater out there, so they had to go and ask people out, you know, they had to do it illegally. They didn't know it was illegal until the state, you know, someone in the community informed them. And that's what the community, why the community is here speaking up today. And you know, I'm not in support of the Monarch Data Center. I don't think it's a good idea to bring that development to our area, but it is a part of Bureau of Land Management's range management policy.
Okay. Do you still have people? I'm just gonna ask the question, do you want to speak during open comment, or would you like to speak on the actual proponent of the project? Okay, because some of your questions may be answered if you hear the proponent's information. That's fine, sir. Either one of you, whichever one is signed in, as long as you both. So just state your name and you'll have your 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Lucas II. That's Loupas for the record. I was raised in Northern Nevada. I've raised my own family in Northern Nevada. I'm a property owner in Silver Springs. I worked with AmeriCorps. I have volunteered with the BLM as an outdoor recreation technician. I met my wife as a campground host, and that's where we started our family. I wanted them to experience the public lands. I've participated with countless public land cleanups, United Communities, based upon what they all appreciated about the area. And I do know that I helped approve permits for EIS, the environmental impact statements that we keep hearing about. And many of them, while not required because they were on public land, they were volunteered because they wanted to either do it in a pragmatic way or they wanted to go about building public trust to show that they were there with the community. And during one of those, there was a small mine that somebody tried to do their own leach pad on, and it was undiscovered. And it wasn't until the EIS moment they found out there was cyanide. It was contained, it was controlled, it didn't disrupt their project, but it was something that they did not foresee. And that would have gone into the local watershed and that would have affected life. And that is what the EIS is for. So while I was putting myself through School for Natural Resource Science at Great Basin College, I've noticed that the lack of desire to apply for an EIS by the property owners says a lot more about how it fails to meet the milestones of the county commission for ensuring the environmental impact on the constituency that you're all supposed to represent. I believe that their lack of desire to want to participate with an EIS, as well as this panel's inability to ask for one, demonstrates where everyone's priorities appear to lie. I want to show my kids public land. I want to raise my family here. I got roots here, and I hope that counts for something. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
How are you people today?
I'm good, thank you. Could you state your name for the record for me, please, first and last?
Should I give you an earful? Okay, my name's Frank Del Porto from Unington, Nevada, third generation Mason Valley person and stuff. And I can see I'm an old fuddy-duddy. I didn't believe in cell phones. I barely know how to run one. But nobody wanted them. But now everybody's got one, knows how to do it. Nobody liked computers. They hated computers, they couldn't do it. Now you can't live without a computer. And I'm old fuddy-duddy, I don't even own one, don't know how to turn one on. And okay, data centers is just the next step up. And if we don't have them, you're going to have to learn how to talk Chinese. Take that to the bank. So, another thing is, everybody's complaining about the water. Okay, the water's there. The state is after the farmer's butt to cut down on water. Everybody was flood irrigating and stuff, and that rejuvenates the groundwater. Now everybody's using sprinklers. So you got bad ground, you're using your water, and it's not paying for your equipment you got. You got $2 million, $3 million of equipment, and it's not paying it. The water's not paying for it. So what they're doing, Harry Reid's deal, they come in and bought the farmer's water, and you can sell it to them to save Walker Lake. Okay, it goes down to the river, it hits yours, and then they don't get to Walker Lake because the Indians haven't cleaned the river to get into Walker Lake. And you're not going to tell them they can't do it. But it's a thing. So it's a catch-22. And what's going to happen if I had a ranch and I couldn't do what I want with my water, I'd sell it to Harry Reid, let the ground go to tumbleweeds and bush like it is everywhere else, pay my taxes for 3 years, and then let the county worry about it. And I take my money and run. Thank you very much. That's how I feel.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Good morning.
County Commissioners. My name's Pamela Madole. A lot of kids around here call me Nurse Pam. I was the intermediate school nurse. Okay, so I know a lot about these kids and these families here. And the first thing I'm asking is for a meeting where we can all come in, big enough room where all those people in the hall that can't hear us can see. A big enough room where we can all have a voice. I'm asking for another meeting, please. I'm also asking for you to take 7A off of the agenda. Please. Our kids are worth fighting for. The Monarch Project will put us in harm's way. You wouldn't want to vote to put us in harm's way, would you? With unacceptable impacts on our environment. I need proof. Is it true? Do I have documentations to tell you this is true? They're not going to pollute our water. I don't believe that. I want to know for sure. Are they going to pollute our water? They have to treat it. We know they have to treat it. And then what happens to it? It goes back into our groundwater. Our water is important. We're the driest state in the nation. Do we get much rain? A Nevada rain is wait 5 minutes, it'll change. Okay, so we don't get the rain that everybody else gets. We're the driest one. That's why our water is so precious. That's why our children are so precious. They can't live here and grow up where we grew up. Not if there's contaminated water. Not if there's contaminated air. Do you know I have students that can't come to school if the air pollution,
This line, if they start taking calls,
air quality is bad, my students can't come to school. Okay, I know this is going to change our air quality. You can't put that many generators going and not change the air quality. What about the sound quality for our children? That's going to change. The bees will go away, and I've heard that even bats go away. And they're important too. Our ecosystem is dear to us. We're begging you to give us proof. Give us another meeting. take 7A off of the agenda. Those are my three things that I would like to do. Thank you so much. God bless America.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lori Tom for the record. I'm asking to speak now because I asked that item 7A be removed from the agenda until there's meaningful consultation with both tribes that will be affected by this. It was stated previously that this company needs to consult with the tribes, and that was from the BOC. This project has not shown through research or long-term studies that it will not be a detriment to public health and safety. Since statistics show across the country that once a data center is allowed, more will follow. There can be up to 23 data centers in one county in a community where they're all put together. They do that because of the electricity infrastructure and the water infrastructure. Will the COPIA program be looking at doing water credits for the community? Will they be paying people to not use their water? In 2028, it's predicted that data centers will use 12% of the United States electrical pull. Will they be using direct pay as an incentive for the investors that put into this program? That's taxes from the federal government. Pollinators and wildlife will be disrupted in the Ag Valley. The water treatment plan has not been stated to the public. We have not gotten a full disclosure on how that's going to happen, how the water is supposed to be reused. And that's some of the questions that we had from the tribe when we had talked internally. Due to the statement that this facility will use less water than it needs, it will actually use more electricity during the peak hours. Even at this time, we have seniors that are getting peaked down by Nevada Energy in the middle of the afternoon, and they can't use their AC, and they're having to go and get fans to put in their house, even now, before it's even built. Traffic has not been sufficiently studied by NDOT. Not every access road on 95A has been addressed. The lack of tribal consultation. Last night, COPIA told community members that they've consulted with the tribes December 2025. That has not happened. I am a tribal council member for Yerington Paiute tribe. You talking to me is not consultation. You sending a letter is not consultation. You sending an email is not consultation. We all have our own consultation policies, and those must be followed by the companies that are coming in wanting to talk to the tribes. Tribes are always left out when we have county decisions. We know that. We know where we live. We know that when your ancestors came here and you wanted the land, we got put in locked fences and kept there all night, let out in the morning. We know where we live. But you've been treating your own community members like that now? That should have question. That should weigh heavy on your heart. I'm sure Anaconda was a good idea at the time.
Thank you. We appreciate it, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to speak.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here.
I had a prepared.
I'm sorry, before you start, we need your first and last name for the record. That's on the podium.
I do, and I've done this before. Vicki Lee, sorry about that. You know, I had a prepared statement, but every person that has spoken a small piece of my thoughts and my heart. And progress is inevitable. I don't know that this progress is good, bad. We rely on you. You're relying on the reports that you're being provided with. I have to question the veracity of those reports. I feel like there's no oversight of them. I would ask that this particular item 7A be paused. I know people are saying moratorium, that's more like but I would ask that it at least be paused. And I don't know, you know, somebody said earlier, this has been going on for a while, and now the public's been thrown in the 11th hour. I didn't know anything about this. I live in Fernley. We've got enough stuff going on in Fernley that I really wasn't keeping an eye on the county.
but I do live in Lyon County. But I would hope that you would at least put a pause on this and make sure that all of the appropriate county personnel and maybe even down to this, city, I see the city of Yerington supports this. I don't see city of Fernley supports this, but at least table it and just really, really look into the source of the information that you're receiving and ensure that it is truly credible. The person before me said that they have indicated that they spoke with the tribe. And apparently that really hasn't happened. And the tribe and the potential ramifications to them of this whole thing is something that's near and dear to me as well. So I would ask that you put this on pause. And as you go through, I think this is inevitable, but as you go through, please consider putting in some kind of safeguards that will allow the county to have continued oversight of the activities. I don't see NDWR listed anywhere in the exhibits for this meeting. I would hope that the state water master truly has looked into this and that the water master has given their blessing on this. But let's just make sure that we're going with the real truth before we make our decisions, and that the county will have some say in their activities going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dahlia Rudolph. So I'm not gonna come up here and say I'm for or against them. What I'm gonna say is, as a business owner, how do so many people have a right to get involved in his business? Are you guys going to pay his taxes if he can't make it work?
Can you just please address us? No, thank you. Be quiet in the decorum, please. Thank you. Speak fast, thank you. That's okay.
Can I evict people for cause, for whatever reason, thousands of dollars? Has anybody in the community come and said, we're gonna help pay for that? We're the driest state, we need water, but we're gonna force him to farm. So can everybody who's against it do a GoFundMe? Buy him out. Then you can put a Winco, then you can do whatever you want with your land. But unless you own the land, you're there for the lawsuits, you're there for the overnights, the fires, whatever. You don't know what they're going through. And I do not think that is fair. So do the more investigation, health, not like health reasons, fine. But as a business and somebody who owns that property, they should have a right to do whatever they want on that property. The next thing. This has gotten so ugly, and there are people who don't live in Lyon County. I was born here. I was born at South Lyon Medical Center. Do I want to see tax revenue come in and upgrade it so this hospital can deliver babies again? Yes. So people don't have to travel for dialysis? Yeah. If this tax revenue could help people here with illnesses, perfect. Same with the school. The school, my niece is in school here. They don't have air conditioners because there's no tax revenue. But there are people who've come now into this county and said, I'm from Nevada, and they're tacky ASS people who use a former commissioner's obituary because she doesn't have a point. That's all she can use is a former commissioner's obituary. He's been dead forever. He has nothing to do with this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, we have one. Her name, Dahlia. I'm sorry, what was your last name again? Rudell. Thank you. Online, we have Harriet Brady.
Sorry about that. I was fumbling with my little hand. Bija Owamoa. Good morning, Commission. What I'm going to say is I'm going to basically speak to the basics. And number one, tribal consultation needs to take place and consistently placed on the forefront, period. More research needs to be done, if anything. Due diligence, meaning your guys' group, as well as the community, needs to be done to serve all the people, No one person or small group of people should have power to destroy the environment. I am a citizen of the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, which is located within the Truckee River watershed. I am in opposition of the Monarch Data Center due to the impact it will have on the Carson watershed and the groundwater that will ultimately have a negative effect on the farming community and the people's living environment. Despite this data center having a beautiful name, it is ugly in nature. There aren't any real or sustainable benefits for the residents to accept this liability. It's a liability due to the fact that it will forever change the living culture for humans and devastate the water quantity and quality. Although my traditional homeland is Pyramid Lake, I consistently travel through the Yerington Shores areas and I see the beautiful areas that have significance in cultural practices, food sovereignty, and sacred places. If you don't already know, Wovoka lived, worked, and prayed for his people in this area. He had a significant influence of over 50,000 Native people west of the Mississippi during 1889, well into the 20th century. I see the mountain that he traveled down in his prayers and know that the Monarch Data Center will undoubtedly disrupt that sacred energy through the noise and its consumption of water. If you ask any of the rural communities that now have data centers, they consistently speak about the impact on the water tables and poor water quality once the data center became operational. The people of Yerington will too experience this and have their lives impacted via noise pollution and further impact on the environment. No amount of money can replace the purity of water, insects, animals, and the health of people. No amount. Thank you.
The next person online would be Joanna. Joanne. Oh, she's still got, oh, she took her hand up, okay. All right. Yep. Madam Chair, I believe it's Harriet Brady.
Harriet Brady's the next one online. Oh, no, she's the one that just finished. I'm sorry. At this point, I don't think we have anybody else online.
Nope.
Okay, we're going to move forward to. Go ahead. Okay.
Well, my name is Bruno Rogers Jr. I'm a member of the Yerington Paiute tribe here locally. You know, each and every one of you took an oath of office. You promised the people of this area to keep them safe. Each and every one of you guys, you're the constituent here. You know, these are people who voted you in for those positions that you guys hold. So you guys took an oath of office to protect, take care of the people here. You know, what does that oath of office mean to you guys? Does it mean anything to you or just words? Or is it something that you hold dear to your heart? You know, a lot of these things that we go through in this valley, it's not represented by the tribes. Not just only this tribe here, Yerington Paiute tribe, but downstream Walker River. We're all being impacted by what you guys do. Not this exact commission, previous commissions, they all have an impact on our people. And you guys as commissioners are supposed to have consultation with these tribes. Every time the decision made, sell land, companies coming in and working the area, you're supposed to have consultation. It's a law. It's a law. You guys know that as well as I do. It's a law, but you guys have consultation with these tribes. Because we've been here, let's say 5,000 years. You guys just had a 250-year celebration, 4th of July. You know? All these things that you guys do have a detrimental impact on our people. All the decisions that you make have a detrimental impact on the future generations of our people. You guys are the ones who are supposed to protect that, take care of that. And as it is right now, it don't look like you guys are doing that. Sure, you're filling your pockets with money and saying that it's good for the people, for the taxes of this community. What about the future generations? How much is it that they're gonna get? Polluted water, polluted air, you know, all these things. Sure, you guys say that it's good. For our people, it's not good. We don't get any kind of compensation for all the agriculture coming in this area. All the companies that come in here and ruin the land, every time I see a project. That's to us, it's destruction. You guys destroy. There is no project, there's no good in that. How many times have you guys destroyed an area where there's burial grounds? And didn't say nothing, you guys allowed that. The bones of our people are all over this valley, all over. 10,000 years worth of burials, all over this valley. But yet no one says anything, no one comes to us and says, hey, we found this over here, well, you know, they just hide it.
Thank you, Vernon, your time is up.
My time is never. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Amber Shabana, and I was gonna wait till later, but I just decided I really felt like I needed to say my piece. I live just over a mile from where the proposed site is supposed to be, and I have just so many concerns. So many of it's just hard to say all of them, but I do understand that, you know, maybe he owns that land and he should. So I mean, if we could do a GoFundMe to help get him money to sell his land. But then what's gonna happen to all the people that do live within a 5-mile radius of that property? Because I won't be able to live there. And then I will not be able to sell my property for a fair market value. As soon as any construction starts, no one's gonna buy my property. And then, I mean, I asked you, are you gonna live a mile away from a data center? None of you even live in Lyon County. Are you gonna let your grandchildren live a mile from a data center? I don't think you are, because nobody wants to live by a data center. They're only coming to poor communities, and because all the rich people don't want them. There's been a new study that has been done, and I have a homestead and I have a lot of animals. And I'm very concerned about them. Both cattle, sheep, and goats, 30% of their body weight goes down. Chickens lay 50% less eggs, and animal fertility goes down by 20%. If they're so great, why is there hundreds of communities that are banning them or even just doing moratoriums on them? What is this company that is so much better? They haven't even completed one full data center yet. They have one in the works, and now they've sold to a different company. Why would we want to trust? We need to do more research. They've just sold to a whole different company. Why? It should not even be able to continue until we further research this new company that they have sold to. There's so many aspects, but even the construction is going to affect people that live that close. All the dust. There's lots of other counties that also their wells get full of sediment just from the construction. That's how I live, is with my water and my animals. And it's going to be the same for anybody's in that, like, what help, if you're going to pass this, then what help are you going to give the people that live in that radius? I mean, I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because their lives are going to be destroyed. I mean, literally, we might have to be homeless because there's no way we're going to sell our house for enough that we can buy somewhere else to live. It's just, so many concerns. And I know there's not very many of us. And, you know, really, if I felt like this was great for our community, I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to just figure out how to make this work. It's better for our community.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move forward with item number 4, review and adoption of agenda. Do we have anybody online who has any comments on the agenda? We do not. How about in the public? Okay, I'll take a motion.
I move that we adopt today's agenda.
Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Allen to adopt the agenda. I'm sorry. We have a motion at this time. We'll have public comment further in the next section I put for the meeting minutes.
There is nobody from the Lyon County Commissioners online.
Ma'am, we'll have to wait till the next public speaking moment.
7A needs to come off. Somebody needs to.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Mr. Jones, take it off.
So we have a motion to adopt the agenda as is by Commissioner Allen. It's been seconded by Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Anybody abstaining? And I'm sorry, Wendy, I need your vote so I can count. We need
Yes,
to have her-
yes, I vote yes. Thank you. I had been blocked.
Passes 7-0-0. The next possible action is the approval of the meeting minutes from the June 10th, 2026 meeting. Do we have any public comments on the meeting minutes? How about online? Okay, I'll take a motion at this time.
I'll make a motion, accept the minutes as written.
I'll second.
Mr. Merritt, okay. So it was motioned by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Merritt. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions?
I vote aye, Miss Shannon, and can you please ask the host to open my camera? Thank you.
Thank you.
I abstain.
Yes. And are you going to abstain as well, just because you were here?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Okay. So that will pass 5-0-2 for the meeting minutes. We had 2 abstain because they were not attending the meeting. Next, we advisory board reports. Do we have any of those? Okay, we have none of those. Prior to the public hearing item of 7A, before we get going with that, it is 10:39. We're going to take a restroom break. We will return at 10:45. So we're going to call this meeting back together at 10:52 a.m. This is the planning commission for July 14th, 2026. We are now going to move. I have to get my schedule. Sorry. Are those yours? I think those are yours. Just take them from you. Okay. Back at 7, public hearing item 7A for possible action to forward a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners for the request from Copia Power DevCo LLC for approval of a zone change to a planned unit development for the Monarch Data Center, a 4.6 million square foot, 1,000 megawatt data center consisting of 8 two-story buildings up to 95 feet tall, a 500 megawatt battery energy storage system, a 500 megawatt natural gas backup system, an electrical substation, high voltage power lines, and other accessory uses over 2 parcels subject to RR-20 rural residential 20-acre minimum. Zoning total 505.40 acres in accordance with the Monarch Data Center specific plan. APN 014-201-07 and 014-201-30, PLZ 2026-041. We will have a staff report with Mr. Carriola. Thank you.
Congratulations on your appointment, Mr. Irwin, David. Louis Carriola, Senior Planner. Can we turn up his mic so we can hear him?
Oh, it wasn't on.
Sorry, it wasn't on. Thank you.
It wasn't on, thank you. I'll start again. Louis Carriola, Senior Planner, presenting now with the mic on. Congratulations on your appointments, Commissioners Irwin and Davis. And we'll get going on the Monarch Data Center tentative plan unit development. So the project area is located in Mason Valley on the left. You can see in the slide north of Yerington and east of Highway 95A. This project area consists of 2 parcels, 150 acres and 155 acres for a relative area of 505 acres. We can see in that slide on the right that the current access to the two parcels is Penrose Lane, extending directly east from Highway 95A. Zooming in here, these are images included in the staff report depicting the parcel dimensions and sizes per the county assessor. So the existing conditions on the site are the raising of livestock and growing of alfalfa. The site's also traversed by Walker River Irrigation District irrigation ditches. It's important to recognize that the WRID will maintain their authority over those ditches and their conveyances were the project to be approved. To the east of the site is a very large parcel, over 12,000 acres, about 12,000 acres, owned by the State of Nevada Fish and Game Commission. Before we run into the actual project, I wanted to recap the fact that this is the fourth public hearing for this project. To begin in July of 2025, after a lengthy time between the applicant and staff working through preparing the application and submitting the application, the first public hearing was held, again, on July 8th, 2025, here with the Planning Commission. The item that was heard was the Monarch Data Center Specific Plan. As a refresher for specific plans, they are essentially mini master plans for a project area. So in this case, the Planning Commission heard the request for the Monarch Specific Plan, which included a data center, a battery energy storage system, ancillary uses to include a natural gas system, high voltage power lines and substations, and voted 6-0 to forward approval to make a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners. On August 7th in 2025, the Board of County Commissioners heard the first hearing of two for the specific plan. At that time, staff was not able to recommend approval based on primary access being proposed along Penrose Lane. As a result, the board tabled the item, voting 5-0 to do so. It wasn't until December 4 at the end of 2025 that the board again heard the Monarch Data Center Specific Plan with new access via Sierra Way. Through that timeline between the two hearings, staff worked with the Nevada Department of Transportation and the applicants to update their traffic impact statement and to propose, again, primary access from Sierra Way. So a connection approximately 1.5 miles will have to be constructed and attained between Sierra Way and the northern boundary of the project site. So that is the previous hearing history for this item. I would again like to reiterate that with approval of that specific plan, the PUD that we're hearing today is measured for compliance whenever there's reference to the master plan to this Monarch specific plan that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners December 4, 2025 with a vote of 4-1. So we can now move to the next slide. Getting into the actual master plan designations then, to begin, we do still maintain two designations in Lyon County's master plan, the first being a character district. In this case, the character district is rural, typified by the fact that there are no public utilities for water and sewer. And then, as previously mentioned, the Monarch specific plan is the master plan designation for these 505 acres. The existing zoning still is subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum with the same zoning in surrounding properties. And then this request for a planned unit development would technically change that zoning to the Monarch PUD. And the reason the PUD is necessary, which was discussed during the specific plan hearings and in the staff reports, is so that the broad range of uses contemplated within this project could all be included in one development plan. This slide jumps right into the actual proposed project. As I'm sure you're aware, the applicants have ample representation here today. They'll have their own presentation after mine. And they'll be able to discuss in greater detail the individual components of this project. But in this slide, I can run through some of the basics, particularly from the high level planning viewpoint that we want to touch on. So on the left, we can see a slide showing the two parcels, and on the right, just a zoomed in image. This is, I think, technically the landscaping site plan that was included as an attachment in the staff report. But the important items to note is, again, the primary access is at the north, the northwest. North is the top of the slide. The northwest for primary access to connect to Sierra Way. And then the southwest is where emergency access will be proposed. Existing dirt roads there and a gate would provide emergency access out potentially to Penrose Lane. It is explicitly written in the PUD that Penrose Lane is only to be used for emergency access and not for construction access and not for any kind of regular operational access. When we look at the overall project there on the right, we can see the data center buildings on the southern end of the project area. At this point, they're proposing 8 structures. And then on the north side.
Why don't you just be quiet and listen like everybody else?
We will not be having discourse like that. If you need to step out of this, that's fine, but you guys need to be quiet while he's speaking, please.
Be quiet.
You, sir, need to be respectful as well. We will handle that from our situation. So please, this is your first.
Hearing aids up all the way.
Well, you can ask for additional hearing implements as well. They do have them from the county that you could have. Sir, don't be discussing with each other. We will stay quiet. I know, but don't speak during when somebody else is speaking. You can do that outside. Okay, well, we're done now. We're gonna let Lewis talk. Thank you.
Sorry, let's go ahead.
Thank you. So again, the southern part of the project area is where the data center buildings are proposed. Up in that northeast corner is the proposed location for the natural gas plant. That's a 500 megawatt plant. And then just to the left of the natural gas is the proposed battery energy storage system. Also included within the project footprint are substations to step down the power from high voltage power lines that would have to extend north up to the Nevada Green Link project in the Walker River substation, details of which I will touch upon in the coming slides and discussion of the findings. Also included on the site would be treatment facilities for wastewater. Those are portions of the development that would have to be approved in the future by the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. The water rights, I know that was obviously a large topic of discussion during public comment, would all be administered for transfer of use through the Nevada State Engineers Office. So that is outside the purview of Lyon County's planning staff or even our elected officials on the board. So I think it's important to recognize that what we're reviewing today are these land use qualities, the individual components, their relative impacts to neighboring properties, and the general consistency with the Monarch Data Center Specific Plan and Lyon County Code, as well as state statutes. There are many approvals still pending from the appropriate authorities. So again, I've already mentioned NDEP, and then the Nevada Division of Water Resources would be in charge of anything associated with well drilling. We have later on in this presentation and also included in the staff report and the attachments, plenty of correspondence from the Nevada Department of Transportation regarding what will be required improvements on NDOT right-of-ways were this project to be approved and move forward. So I think with that, I will move past the slide because again, I expect the applicants to have plenty of information about the actual project. I've included in the next couple slides here some of the renderings for the actual buildings provided again as attachments in the staff report. These two images, the top one looking from the northeast and the bottom picture looking from the southeast, these would be right at the in the project footprint. So, well, I'm sorry, the northeast image would be from offsite. But I think the big takeaway here is that when we reviewed the specific plan and the board approved that, the description included 4.6 million square feet of data center. Specific plans, because they are master plans, are conceptual and generalized in nature. So the important part there was placing the cap on the square footage for the data center area. In other words, they were capped at the 4.6 million square feet. But the images that were provided during that time, again, as a master plan level document, were conceptual. So these are different. So this was not something staff was aware of when we went through the specific plan review. But these now are per that report and per our code. Now that we're at the PUD stage, we need to dial in the details of the project. Again, from the planning perspective and within the authority of Lyon County Planning Department, our development code. That's what we're doing here. So now the proposal, particularly with focus on air chilled cooling systems, is proposing 2-story buildings. That's a better fit for that cooling type. And now the height is up to 95 feet. So what's important to recognize, I think, is that the setbacks are over a mile from the highway to the east. And if we look at the rendered views, which we can now move to the next slide and catch some of here, this one from Penrose Lane, the actual height when you move them so far away from the viewing corridors is greatly diminished. The generalized land actually slopes a bit away from the highway towards Walker River, as we might expect. And so these images are graphic representations of the scale of those buildings. Again, this one simply from Penrose Lane. The attachment does include the full packet of visual simulations submitted by the applicant. So before we run through the individual findings included in the staff report, I wanted to touch upon the above ground utility corridors. This is a large focus of the specific plan staff report. It is included in this report as well. These were approved as part of the 2020 master plan approval. And when we looked on that image on the right, that green box is a generalized project location for the Monarch data center. We can see those maroon lines traversing are 2/3 of a mile wide. And in the location of, or within these corridors, the Lyon County Development Code does not require conditional use permits. These are locations that connect to high voltage power line corridors on public lands that are connecting and now traversing through Lyon County as the essentially preferred location for these high voltage power lines. So they only would go through a staff level review, an administrative design review, as opposed to a conditional use permit. As a result of these corridors and the expansion of the Walker River substation up on Sierra Way and the Nevada Energy Greenlink project, which is a statewide infrastructure improvement project of high voltage power lines connecting northern and southern Nevada. The southern and western hubs connect right here in Mason Valley. As a result of this project, the complexion of this region of Mason Valley is substantially changing. So at this point, we already have approval for that Winston solar project. That's on the order of 2,000 acres of solar. We have the Lux solar project, which moves to the west side of Highway 95A. Again, 1,000 acres of solar. And then now the proposal here for the Monarch data center. All, I believe, largely driven by the location of these high voltage power corridors. So this is a zoomed in image of the location of the project with a bit more detail. We can see that the corridors do traverse straight through the project area. And then the darker purple blob is not completely accurate. That represents the Winston solar panel project previously approved by the board earlier this year. I think the actual footprint is going to move a little bit further west towards the highway. I do have to make a correction to the staff report. So in the motions for the staff report, I still incorrectly had the specific plan findings listed. However, all of the review and analysis on pages 17 through 30, so that's 14 pages, finding, review, analysis, and responses. That would be pages 28 through 41 of the packet. Those are correct. So it's only the motions that had the incorrect language. I apologize for that. I'll certainly have that updated for a future hearing. And then as a result of that, Madam Chair, I did want to point out, I will have some slight edits to the recommended motions. So they'll be available in my presentation for all of the options represented in the staff report. So now we'll jump right into the findings. This may be a bit more lengthy than we're used to. Recognizing the gravity of the project, we do have an individual slides for each finding. So the first finding, finding A, asks for review and consistency with the objectives of the chapter. In this case, the objectives of that chapter would be 15-349, our plan unit development chapter. And as previously mentioned, the specific plan is now the master plan reference. So any of the findings that we're referring to the master plan would be in reference to the specific plan, and this project is consistent with that. The application materials submitted were consistent with all of the standards for submittal of a tentative plan unit development. And then, as also mentioned in the specific plan and touched upon in this staff report, the tentative plan unit development step is still just a step in approval. So, as previously mentioned, there are multiple pending approvals through the state. The Mason Valley Fire Protection District would have to approve a fire suppression plan, an emergency response plan. Those are the types of things that would be approved after a potential PUD approval. And then Lyon County Building Department and through community development, we would be able to put roadblocks, or not roadblocks, but checkpoints for issuance of site improvement permits, of grading permits, and certainly of building permits. So these are the types of items that would need to be finalized and submitted for confirmation to Lyon County Building before we would issue permits for them to begin. It's possible some of the suppression plans could still be worked on, or emergency response plan, concurrently, maybe with a building permit review. But those are still steps that are in the queue, and Lyon County would have multiple opportunities to ensure that the proper protocol is followed.
Point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
This chapter 15, what document is this chapter 15 of?
Oh, of Lyon County Code.
Lyon County Code.
Lyon County Code, yes, sir. Yeah, Title 15 is Lyon County's development code. And then chapter 349 is the plan unit development chapter.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So moving to finding B, this finding requests review of any departure from the plan unit development standards. It's important to recognize, I probably should have expanded on this, Commissioner Davis, the plan unit development chapter 349 of Lyon County Code is primarily drafted and focused on more residential type development. So some of the language here is a bit clumsy for what we're reviewing today. However, again, the staff review does include assessment of all of the findings. So as previously mentioned, the master plan is now the specific plan. And then within a plan unit development, the Board of County Commissioners and staff, the Planning Commission can all work through sort of flexible standards that fit the project site and that fit the project dimensions. However, we do, when we're reviewing these proposals, reflect upon the actual statutory standards. In this case, for instance, setbacks for battery energy storage systems. So there are requirements within Lyon County Code that those best, we'll just say best, that the best is more than 1 mile away from highways, trails, and streams or highways. So that standard is met with the location on this site. Recall that the project area is 505 acres and then also separated from the highway. There is one residence about 2,400 feet away. And I do believe we did receive comment from the specific plan. I don't recall receiving a comment from that project owner for the PUD. Open space is required per the PUD. There's ample open space still provided at a minimum of 20%, meeting the PUD standards. Finding C again touches upon, oh, yes, sir.
I just got a question over here.
Yes, sir.
So these are, because this is on private land in Lyon County, you can put these rules and regulations into play. But if it was put on BLM land, we have control same way as this?
That's a great question, Commissioner Jones. I know BLM staff has mentioned in the past that they'd like to adhere and they plan to try and cooperate with Lyon County and recognize and acknowledge our development standards. I'm not quite sure how that's truly expected to play out. I would certainly say we have a lot more authority on private lands. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Again, open space already addressed here, meeting the standard. For finding C, we get to finding D. There will be a number of slides here discussing finding D. Some of the information, I think, even in addition to what's included in the staff report. So in this case, I'll just read it into the record that the physical design of the plan and the manner in which such design does or does not make adequate provision for public services, provide adequate control over vehicular traffic. That's the key here for us, parking requirements and further the amenities of light and air, recreation and visual enjoyment. So that last clause, of course, is going to be disputed, I think, by anyone who is opposed to the project. Not every finding and every bit of language can be met through standards. When we're looking at development, it always has impacts. But the goal of these reviews is to try and mitigate that impact. So in this case, we have setbacks. There's a 30-foot landscaping buffer around the site. We also have interior setbacks. So not just setbacks of project area, but setbacks within the project footprint. So that's how that last portion is addressed. But really, if we recall the two hearings the board heard of the specific plan in 2025, the focus and the reason that first meeting was tabled was because of the traffic impact statement and the proposed access and then traffic mitigation measures. So there will be substantial commitment to construction for improvements to Nevada Department of Transportation roadways, as well as Lyon County roadways, prior to issuance of permits for construction from Lyon County. We're going to run through the details of that here in the next few slides. So again, I think I already touched on this. We did recommend denial for the first board hearing. We now have access from Sierra Way, but in addition to that, it was recognized that the culmination of projects, as previously mentioned, we have Winston Solar and Lux Solar, in addition to the ongoing Walker River substation expansion, now with the data center on top, all utilizing Highway 95A. Staff has worked with the applicant and with NDOT to propose language, which I will put on the slide later for inclusion in any recommended motion that's moved forward to the board, that the applicant be responsible for constructing a what we're calling a passing lane up the colloquial term is Wabusca Hill, approximately 2 miles of NDOT roadway. So that would be essentially a requirement from Lyon County prior to issuance of any building permits or site improvement permits for the data center. In other words, before anything goes vertical and all the workers start showing up to this site every day, that passing lane needs to be in place. So again, we'll keep moving on in these next few slides. I'll provide a bit more detail of that. So this image shows the 6 intersections that were approved by NDOT for study and calculations from or by the applicant's traffic engineer. So 1 and 2 up at the top of the slide. Again, top of the slide is north. That's the Sierra Way and USN 95 access, and then number 2 would be the intersection to propose connection south to the project area. Items 3 and 4 are another a little tough to see, but that's Penrose Lane in the middle. So obviously that the first would be on the highway and the second would be at the project. And then heading down south, they did include Miller Lane. So I think Miller Lane 95A was a contemplated secondary emergency access when the traffic statement. I'm sorry, was updated, but that is not proposed for access today, not in the PUD. And then the final intersection was all the way down here in Yerington, where 95A and the intersection with 95A and State Route 339. That would just be at Golden Gate and Jackson's. So as we move in here to the next slides, we can note, oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. This I carried forward from the last presentation. Primary access, again, to the north, emergency access, Penrose Lane. Those southern items are not going to be considered for improvement as any kind of primary access for the project. So these next two slides have snippets from the traffic impact statement. I think the notable item here is that we're looking at on the order of 1,200 peak hour trips in the morning and the afternoon during the construction phase. So this is a requirement. It's a requirement for Lyon County Code now. When last year, the chapter 15-336 of Lyon County Code, our renewable energy ordinance was put in place. The projects with these types of components have to submit a two calc traffic impact study, one for construction phase and one for operational phase. As we know, the operational phase for some of these projects, it's relative to the scale of the buildings. There's not a lot of people coming to work. However, during the construction phase, we have very large numbers. So that's what these calculations indicated, was up to 1,200 peak hour trips, peak hours being 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. our commuter hours. As a result of those trip counts, we did receive a follow-up just last month from the Nevada Department of Transportation with some of the recommended and required improvements in order for the project to move forward. So again, coordination between Director Henderson and NDOT, Director Henderson of Community Development and NDOT, really resulted in what staff finds to be very appropriate mitigation measures. First and foremost, just like the Winston Solar project, improvements to Sierra Way and 95A are required, again, prior to issuance of construction permits. So this would mean right turn deacceleration lanes going both north and south, another right turn pocket heading westbound on Sierra Way as well. So if we recall, that Lux Solar project is to the west side of 95A, and even a temporary traffic signal to mitigate construction traffic. We would recall also that just north of the Sierra Way intersection, past the Union Pacific rail line, that is where the proposed improvement to Wabusca Hill will also be required. So these are the mitigation measures intended to help the construction traffic move and also allow freer movements for our existing traffic counts. An additional improvement that's included here on the bottom side of the slide here is that here in Yerington at 339 and 95A's intersection, that a southbound left turn deacceleration lane. So essentially coming into town, there'd have to be another lane so that through traffic continues south. And then potentially also a temporary traffic signal were enough of the construction traffic to be coming from the south. It is anticipated per the traffic impact study that most of the traffic, as we might imagine, would be coming from the north. I did just include one more snippet from the NDOT letter. The NDOT letter is included as an attachment in the staff report. I underlined one section here that I'll read. The Lyon County, so in addition to the requirements from NDOT for improvements on their roadways, this language is included. Lyon County may require the construction of transportation improvements it deems necessary to mitigate project-specific or cumulative impacts within NDOT right-of-way. That's essentially a tacit approval for us to work with developers to get the passing lane moving up Wabusca Hill. That is our requirement. It was not triggered by NDOT. All right, so we'll move on to finding E, the relationship beneficial or adverse proposed planning and development to the neighborhood. So the specific plan did approve these uses on these 505 acres. So when we're reviewing this plan unit development, again, we're reviewing for consistency with that specific plan. And then also within the context of the other projects already approved in this region. So when the Walker River Substation Complex and the Greenlink project and Winston Solar and Lux Solar are approved and going to be coming to construction phases in the coming years, the relative impacts of a data center in a place where there's high voltage power lines and thousands of acres of solar panels is not quite as impactful as it might have been if it was purely agriculture. I know this is a difficult topic to discuss, but the truth is that area is not heavily populated, and these properties are privately owned. So we have opportunities here to place restrictions and standards on development on these properties in a way that, as Commissioner Jones brought up earlier, we won't necessarily have the same authority for nearby public lands. Regarding phases addressed in finding 5, we've already touched upon the fact that there are multiple pending approvals from other entities, including the state and NDOT. So that would constitute more of the phases from Lyon County's perspective. The conditions that we will be placing on this PUD will again ensure that certain improvements are in place prior to issuance of any permits to go vertical. So that is how Lyon County would be addressing the phasing. As far as the actual phasing plan for the development, I'll leave that to the representatives from the developer to move you through that. So I can then move into these recommendations from staff. As mentioned multiple times here today, staff was able to recommend approval based on consistency with the previously approved specific plan. So on the bottom there is the language that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners for the specific plan. And I put check marks in there for all of the individual components. So to run through them again, 4.6 million square feet, yes. Data centers, yes. High voltage power lines, yes. Accessory uses, yes. Access to Sierra Way, yes. Battery energy storage system, yes. Potential gas generation system, yes. So again, I'll just point out specific plans are conceptual and determine the uses, the utilities, how are they going to be provided, where is the access, and what are some potential mitigations. And that's what this PUD has brought forward. That being said, I do have some additional language that I'd like to just read into the record. I know this might be a little painful, but it shouldn't be too long, and I speak pretty quickly. So we'll get through this, and then the recommended motions will just make reference to the language added by staff. This language is included in the staff report, was reviewed by the applicant, who agreed to allow us to include this in these recommended motions. And it addresses the requirement by the developer with no financial commitment from Lyon County for construction of the passing lane up Wabusca Hill. One other small addition that will be to my recommended motion will address the findings so that they are appropriately quoted in the motion. So with that, I think I'll do this first. So this is the additional language that would be referenced in a future motion. As part of the Monarch Data Center project, Copia Power makes a formal commitment to the construction of a northbound passing lane extending up Wabusca Hill on US Highway 95A in Wabusca, Nevada. This improvement is recognized as a necessary mitigation measure associated with the project's anticipated traffic impacts and shall be completed in accordance with all applicable Lyon County and Nevada Department of Transportation requirements. Copia Power formally commits to the design, funding, and construction of the northbound passing lane prior to the issuance of site improvement permits associated with the project. The sequencing is intended to ensure that the passing lane improvement is in place and fully operational before construction-related traffic volumes on Highway 95A are realized, thereby mitigating the project's construction phase traffic impacts to the traveling public. The northbound passing lane shall be fully constructed and operational prior to the issuance of any site improvement permits for the project or upon other conditions as agreed by Lyon County. All agreements necessary to facilitate the construction of the northbound passing lane and any other required offsite roadway improvements shall be finalized and executed in a form acceptable to Lyon County and consistent with Lyon County Code
and applicable state statute. However, Copia Power is not expected to assume sole responsibility for obtaining land easements needed for said passing lane. Copia Power is committed to working cooperatively with Lyon County, NDOT, and neighboring project applicants to ensure the timely and effective implementation of these improvements, with the goal of promoting safer and more efficient transportation infrastructure for the residents and community of Lyon County. Lyon County commits to facilitating the timely implementation of the northbound passing lane improvement, including reasonable cooperation and coordinating with NDOT on design and permitting reviews, supporting Copia's Power's efforts to obtain necessary approvals and easements from adjacent property owners and public agencies, and coordinating scheduling with any other regional development projects whose traffic impacts affect the same corridor. This commitment to facilitation does not constitute an assumption by Lyon County of any financial responsibility or obligation for the design, funding, or construction of the passing lane. With that, I can conclude my presentation. I have three recommended motions. So there would be this for approval, the next slide for continuance, and the final slide for denial. All of them with the amended language to make sure the right findings are quoted. And then also at the end, making reference, I believe, to the additional language. So with that, again, I'm available for questions, but of course the applicant will have a presentation.
Do we want to have questions now from Lewis, or do you want to hear the applicant first?
Let's hear that.
Want to hear the applicant first? Okay, so we're going to move to the applicant. Thank you. And then we'll have questions for both of you, I'm sure. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Sure. Yeah, good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Paul. I'm permitting manager for the Monarch Data Center project with Copia Power. I'm joined by a few of my colleagues from Copia, as well as our consulting team, ERM and Kimberly Horn. Slide, please. A little bit of background before we dive into the project. Background about Copia. So Copia is a integrated independent power producer and digital infrastructure developer. We focus on development, construction, owning and operating power and digital infrastructure assets. So we're led by a team with extensive experience in that. We also have strong financial backing to ensure that those are long-term, high-quality projects. Next slide, please.
Speak into the microphone.
Sorry, it's a little one. It's down here. Apologies. I'll speak up.
Please do not speak to the speaker. We understand that you're having difficulty hearing. You could also get a hearing implement that helps. Okay, well, we're trying our best.
I can hold it if it's easier. So I think we've lost the slides. But okay. So here's a high-level overview of the project site. So the Monarch Data Center would include the 1,000-megawatt data center facility with 500-megawatt battery energy storage system and 500-megawatt natural gas facility. Would be connected to the Walker River substation approximately 2 miles north of the site. And as Lewis had talked about in extensive detail, the project was approved for the master plan amendment to specific plan last December. And we're currently in the tentative plan unit development process. And from the top, we just want to remind that this is a $15.3 billion investment, which we expect $2.5 billion in direct revenue to the state and Lyon County. Next slide, please. So the site is located in an energy hub. So there's existing under construction planned infrastructure in the region with the Walker River substation, as well as the Green Lake transmission line projects. At a local level, it's in a fairly rural area. It's not in a high population density area. And is set back from sensitive receptors like US 95A. So we think the project is well sited from that respect. Next slide, please. Here's a closer look at the layout. At the northwest corner, you see the switching station, which is where the Gentie would head north to the Walker River substation from that switching station. In the red, you have the smaller DC gas and BESS substations that would interconnect to the larger one to step up. And then at the northeast, you have the gas, BESS, water and wastewater treatment plant. And then the up to 8 data center buildings would be constructed on the southern portion of the property. that would total that 4.6 million square feet. There would be an enhanced landscaping buffer of 30 feet, as well as landscaping incorporated throughout the site. And then there would be retention basins that would be implemented as well for operations. Next slide, please. So these next few slides are going to talk about a few of the issues that have been brought up by the public through the hearing process and through comments received on the plan unit development application. So first of all, this 95-foot maximum height. So this is what's allowed in accordance with the current county standard. So this is the maximum building envelope that would be permitted at the site. And so while we're demonstrating the 95 feet and we're showing for the visual simulation purposes, this is the maximum envelope. And a typical one floor data center is really more like 20 to 30 feet in height. And so an implementation in a 1 or 2 story scenario would be less than what's being proposed or what's being demonstrated. Next slide, please. So there are a number of environmental studies and technical analysis that were completed for the project site. I won't go through them, but these inform our buildable area. They inform our understanding of constraints and potential impacts to various elements of the environment. They also inform our siting and engineering plans. And so the site engineering plans, grading and drainage and landscaping always were submitted for this application as well. I'll touch on it in a little more detail later, but we're in the process of preparing an emergency response plan that'll apply for construction, and one will be updated for operations, as well as a traffic impact study I'll touch on in a little more detail later. Next slide. So water use, from the top, the current or historical water use for the site was at 2,000 acre feet per year. And with the hybrid dry cooling system that we're proposing, it's expected to be 800 acre feet per year or less. So this is ultimately a 60% reduction in projected water use from what has historically been used for the site. So water will be sourced from existing water rights and won't exceed those. And additionally, there would be a water wastewater treatment facility to be built on site that would facilitate further reuse and recycling of water on site. Next slide, please. So a data center and battery energy storage system, these are industrial facilities that have specialized electrical equipment. With that, it requires specialized safety measures. And so as these technologies have improved and changed, so has the safety protocols. So I've listed a few items in how we improve safety with operations of those components. So compartmentalization of equipment to reduce potential for thermal runaway. So things are more isolated, early detection systems, layered suppression, as well as just an improvement in overall industry standards. As mentioned, we'll continue to work with Lyon County and Mason Valley Fire District to develop an emergency response plan that would be implemented for construction and then operations as well. Next slide, please. So as Lewis went through in detail, our traffic impact study has been through a number of revisions with Lyon County and NDOT. At this stage, Penrose Lane is limited to an emergency access only, and Sierra Way is the primary access to and from the site. And so these revisions have been accepted by NDOT with those mitigation measures that Lewis had gone through in detail, but ultimately the mitigations include really the signage and striping, temporary traffic signals, installation of decel lanes, and then that commitment to Lyon County to build the passing lane on 95A. Next slide, please. So here's a high-level overview of the project schedule. As you can see, we're still very early on in the process. That last December, getting the master plan amendment approved for the specific plan was the first key step. We're here at the tentative approval stage for the PUD. There are a number of permitting efforts that will go on through what we expect to be end of 2027. So those include our conditional use permit, air permit for the gas generating facility, amongst others. And so really that first phase of construction is really expected to be kind of that end of 2027, start of 2028 with that first phase of the data centers. And really we're projecting 1 to 3 of those buildings. It'll just be dependent upon NVE's capacity to take on the load. And so we will continue to sort those details out as we move along further in the development process, but that's our current projected schedule with subsequent phases coming closer to 2031. Next slide, please. So ultimately, the Monarch Data Center is a significant investment in the community. We're projecting over $1 billion in local property tax revenue, over 700 million in sales and use tax revenue over the life of the project. It will really be a growth catalyst that will support local businesses, attract new businesses, as well as provide opportunities for new jobs. We're projecting 150 to 250 permanent jobs, as well as thousands of jobs that would be available over the construction period. In addition to other community benefits that we'll continue to talk about with the county. And all this will be facilitated by our commitment to a development agreement with Lyon County that will really clearly outline those economic conditions. And it's guaranteed to be greater than $2.5 billion that would be available otherwise with tax abatements. Copia is not proposing to use tax abatements, and so the funds would be available on the front end. And so that will be sorted out via the development agreement that we'll continue to work with the county on. Next slide, please. So the next step in the PUD process. So we're here at the tentative approval stage. So Planning Commission will make a recommendation to the board. The board will make a decision on the project. Assuming that the board grants approval, we would have a year from now, or a year from the approval, to file for the application for final approval, in which time that's when we would sort out more of refine the design and engineering components, establish community benefits in that development agreement, and ultimately final approval will be issued upon determining substantial compliance with the tentative approval. Next slide. Oh, well, I think that's the last slide, but just wanted to reiterate again that we believe that the project's sited in a good area. It's located in an area where there's a lot of existing and planned infrastructure for energy and load, and it would provide a significant benefit to the county. So we really appreciate your all's time in talking through this with ourselves, the staff, and the public, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
I'm going to start to my left for any questions from Commissioner Merritt for.
So for any sound pollution having to do with this project, I know that the setback is about 2,400 to 2,500 feet from the nearest residence. These sound like they're all inside of a building. But I'm also wondering, where does the majority of any of the sound come from? Does it come from the generators? Does it come from the cooling? I know you've got to have some kind of cooling fans in there somewhere, even if it's a hybrid system. So just
sure. So I'll preface, I guess, in response to this and any other engineering related questions. I'm not an engineer, permitting manager, but a lot of it comes from the gas generators, and then the battery energy storage systems emit sound as well. And then from the data center, it's really the cooling fans largely. So there are a number of noise emitters. And we did prepare a noise model for the project to assess what noise impacts would be. And the nearest sensitive receptor was determined to be 53 to 56 decibels, and that's with some of the conservative assumptions with the highest noise emitting equipment all running at the same time.
Okay. And where is that nearest receptor you're talking about?
West of the site. Just the one that's been referenced around like 2,000 feet away.
Okay. Oh, you're talking about the residence.
Sure. Yes.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes.
And at that residence, you're saying it's around that 53 decibels.
53 to 56 decibels is what we had preliminarily modeled. But as we continue to develop the project and get more selective with the equipment, we'll be able to refine that in the future.
Okay. And is there anything in there to further mitigate if necessary?
Definitely. So that preliminary model hadn't accounted for any type of noise dampening or noise attenuation devices. This was as you've seen with a number of the other items, we've tried to take it from the most conservative scenarios so that we can kind of pare things down and understand maximum potential impacts.
Okay.
So I noticed that you guys have been spending a lot of time with NDOT and looking at local situations for traffic. On a typical day between Yerington and Silver Springs, you're taking your life in your hands at best. You're going to increase the traffic 100-fold for 6 years during construction. A lot of this stuff like cement, aggregate, that sort of thing, transformers, all going to come from Reno or Fernley or Silver Springs. Having experience with USA Parkway, when NDOT originally designed that, they said 200 cars a day. So I think that would be a concern if you guys looked at this and kind of thought anything about that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly NDOT models that based on projected traffic volumes, based on size of the facility and use type. But those things get, I guess, further refined later once again you understand the full build out of the site, the technology, just the procurement and the amounts of trips that are needed. But that is how NDOT approaches it, is they model based on use of the site and size and existing traffic volumes.
One other thing I had a question about was the use of the water. So once you guys use the water, somebody brought up the idea that it would be cleaned and re-injected into the aquifer. You guys have any idea of how you're going to process the water that you're not using, or would there be a wastewater situation?
So there is a wastewater treatment plant proposed on site. My understanding, again, not an engineer, but from the water that is used for the intermittent cooling of the data center, would largely be like you fill it and it goes until it fully evaporates at some point, but it's not refilled.
Sort of like your home swamp cooler.
Exactly. It operates like a swamp cooler. And so I guess any water that is reused would be treated with the treatment plant and used for irrigation or landscaping.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll state my name for the record, Commissioner Allen. You know, people are generally afraid of new things and before this meeting, actually, I even talked to the staff about maybe having a public hearing on what data centers are, because they are so new and it does bring up an awful lot of fear among people. And people just generally resist change. And so you can tell by the room full of people here, they don't know a lot about it. And so they're here and we hear everything from they're going to use up our resources, they're going to surveil us, and they're going to use up all of our water, and they're going to use all of our electrical power. And I saw none of that in the application. And I heard none of it during the presentation by either staff or you. And I know the county commission has heard this, and we have heard about this generally prior, when we made a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to approve this specific plan, yes. Can you just say something about what kind of assuaged fear? Just a little bit.
I mean, we held an open house last night to kind of talk through some of those things one-on-one with folks, and I'm hopeful that we kind of helped calm a lot of the fears there. There's definitely, to your point, you named a number of items, and so I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all solution to assuage fear, because a lot of it is rooted in that change. So we're certainly happy to, the next time that we're meeting with you, have a bit more detail on like Data Center 101, if it's helpful. But I don't have a strong response to that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I stick in it for just 1 second? So, being with all of you that are here in attendance today, I'm from Silver Springs. I've been there over 30 years. And this is all new to me too. You guys have got one data center we're talking about, we're looking at, we're facing the same issues. In Silver Springs, they're proposing 5 of these. Okay? So this is the tip of the iceberg. We're learning what we have to do here. So, I mean, I empathize with everybody in the room, but at the same time, we also have to stay within the law. And I appreciate the presenter's information, and I'm learning a lot today. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Mr. Jones, I'm learning a lot, and I've been doing it for 3.5 years. The data centers have changed so much from when we started this thing. There's companies out there trying to find more efficient ways so they can sell you guys the product to make them work better. AI is assisted in that. I was listening to Fox News yesterday. One of the companies is not going to cool down the computers. They're going to drop 1 drop of water onto the chips, and they're finding that to be sufficient enough to cool the system down. So technology is coming, and you've already done a lot to reduce the number of gallons, because there's where the biggest misconception is everywhere. This is not just our county issue; it's a country issue. They're all looking at it across the country, And I hate to say it, but we've perpetrated a lot of this problem by all this electronic equipment we have that we have to use these days in order to live. I mean, I forgot my phone when I went to that demonstration last night. I thought I was naked, because we're so hooked to these electronics. I think the part of our issue here is and I'd like to make a correction of the record that we are not elected. We are not in politics here. We are chosen and appointed by the actual commissioners to serve you. I know that Shannon and I don't take any money for this. We just want to. I said you.
Please do not speak during these comments. We will have the room silenced. Thank you.
Okay, they're done back then. We have restrictions on what we can and can't do in our voting process. If we can't defeat and we can't, that one of the findings are wrong, we must vote yes. It's not, we don't have a choice, or we can be sued. So I think, and keep in mind that we are only advisory. Nothing we do here is in stone. We just send it up to the commissioners, and they can then listen to what you guys have said today and hopefully implement some of the changes based on your feelings. We can't do that. We don't have the authority to do that. But we can send it to them, and they've heard you. Trust me, there's 5 pages of people watching this meeting, and they're on here watching and listening to all your guys' concerns. And so bring it through one more time. I'm going to request the sheriffs remove you. You're rude. You are very rude. Nobody bothered you when you were speaking. So
continue this meeting if you're going to speak out of turn.
Where'd I go?
So all you're doing is derailing the benefit of everyone.
And which was not easy decisions for us up there. I'm a big, strong proponent of farmers' rights to use their land in order to survive. I voted in favor of the project with the Massini Farm because they've been a farming family for over 5 generations out here. And they have a right to control their land the way they want to control it, as long as it's within the law. And, change doesn't come easy at all, especially in this county. We're going broke. We're in the hole every single year on our budget. And the first time we bring up the issue to raise taxes, nobody wants that. Nobody wants to pay their share right now. But in the process, we're in the hole every single year, tapping into our reserves. So we have to look for projects that can make the county some money. Because we can't make the even improvements we need to make in the county on roads and stuff if we don't have the tax base. And so personally, I feel that we should motion to move this to the commissioners, and that'll be my vote when we come to it.
And do you have any questions?
I do. Jim Davis. One of the items that was consistently brought up was a number of times was consultation with tribes. Can you tell us a little bit more about what was done or what was not done about the nearby tribes' involvement?
Yeah, so last fall, we had sent engagement letters to the Walker River and Yerington Paiute tribes, and we had met with the Yerington tribe in December. And that there was no formal request for consultation. Folks had been reached out to for the open houses for the specific plan, as well as the open house yesterday. And it was my understanding that here's Yerington Paiute tribe attendee at the previous specific plan open house, but to our knowledge, we had not received any requests for formal consultation until we've heard it today.
Thank you. My next question is about power. There's a description where in the materials provided, the backup materials, where no connection to existing utilities would be needed. But that seems to maybe be overstated because certainly electrical utilities would be a huge source of local utility connections. Is that right?
I'm not sure ultimately what you're asking, but we would be interconnecting at the Walker River substations.
Thank you. And the use of on-site power generation, would that be for only backup purposes if Nevada Electric were not be able to supply the needs?
Daniel Menahem, Senior Director of Development for the project.
The name again?
Daniel Menahem.
Thank you.
With Copia. We are connecting to NV Energy's grid. The gas plant is there to operate not as backup, but as to add electrons to the grid. The power plant itself won't be connected to the data center. It will connect to NV Energy's grid. And we have a load request from NV Energy to supply us with those electrons. To answer, I think, Commissioner Allen's question earlier about electricity rates, we have to pay for all of the costs that NV Energy incurs connecting us and the impacts to the grid. NV Energy customer rates, retail rates, those are defined by the PUCN. We have no impact in those. We pay our share of the impact. That's it.
A follow-up question on that is in the backup material, I saw that the power generation may be from gas turbines or diesel generators. But in the presentations today, I haven't seen any comments about diesel generators. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, diesel generators are usually used as a temporary solution, sometimes during construction and startup and commissioning. Our long-term plans is to have what's called a traditional gas plant, similar as NV Energy has across the state. So those run much more quietly than diesels.
Thank you. I have another question about lighting. What do you expect lighting to be that would project away from the site and influence light pollution in the region?
We haven't done, just because the site is so preliminary in its design, we haven't done any type of light impact evaluation, but again, based on proximity of sensitive receptors, it's not anticipated to be an issue, but it's certainly something we intend to look into further once we further develop the design.
Okay, and a final question. I saw an expectation of number of employees regularly at the site once running, I believe was about 150. Yet the number of parking spaces indicated was much, much higher than that. And I don't see parking on the diagrams that were provided. Can you talk about employees, parking, and the diagrams?
Sure. So Kimberly Horn had prepared a separate parking study that was included and submitted as part of the application. And that kind of spoke to some of the assumptions that were incorporated into the number of parking spaces that should be required and implemented. To your point, some of the parking spaces were even, I guess, further reduced to kind of meet and more closely align with the potential employees that are there. I believe it's somewhere in the 900 range for parking spaces that are allotted, but.
I'm Commissioner Saraswala. I just want to make a question, and maybe Gavin or Lewis can answer this from the staff perspective. Those requirements will be dealt with when we come back with building requirements, because parking spaces are typically based on square footage of use. Correct. And so that's something that we would see in the future, not really on this project as we sit here today.
Gavin Henderson, Lane County Community Development Director for the record. So as county code currently sits and how we've treated data centers, the prior ones in the past, we typically use the warehouse standard for parking. As part of the plan unit development process, it is a unique process in county code where you can modify standards a little bit. So the current industry parking standard from what we've seen is 1 per 5,000 square feet, and that goes to the building square footage. That's what the applicant used. We as staff did not use the warehouse standard. Obviously, the site would be overparked for the type of use. So we went with the industry standard that we've been seeing through multiple conversations, through some Rural Energy Academy training, going through other counties, listening to them and how they process data centers. So that's where the parking standard currently sits.
Gavin, the Green Link is going to come into that Walker River power structure.
Yes, sir.
And then that's where it'll burn out.
That's correct. There's 3 lines. We've seen the application came for the Planning Commission, 345 kV lines coming out of the Walker River substation, running kind of northwest. 2 connecting the Story County, 1 connecting the Washoe County. The application previously seen by the Planning Commission and board was for the lines up to Highway US 50 and kind of the Silver Spring Stagecoach, the edge of Dayton, Mark Twain area. So those lines are planned to come out of substation, yes.
So we're just one of the cutoffs for the Green Link. It'll go other directions. Besides this.
Yes.
And then when it gets to your facility, then that's when the switches come in and reduce that to workable energy within the unit. Okay.
That's my understanding, and yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's transformers at the NV Energy substation, and there's transformers on our side to lower the voltage to a usable voltage.
Okay.
Do you guys have any additional questions?
Thank you.
Wendy, I'll open it to you at this time.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to say firstly, thank you to Lewis I appreciate the review of the historical steps that got us here today. Because several people said this was the first they knew of anything, and we all know we've been dealing with it for at least over a year. Secondly, I wanted to say if this PUD does move forward to the Board of County Commissioners today, there are obviously many, many more steps where people can make their comments and things that need to be reviewed and things that need to be approved ahead of time. The one thing I would like to comment to Michael from Copia is that you made the comment that you had sent engagement letters to the tribes. You said you hadn't received a request for formal consultation. I'm going to correct you there, Michael. You don't have to receive one from them. They are a sovereign nation. They have to receive a formal consultation notice from you. Your engagement letter may not have addressed it correctly. If you need to reach out to the tribes, please contact me directly and I will put you in touch with the right person. At this time, as it moves up to the BOCC, if approved, I would recommend you do your full tribal consultation before that and have that ready to go.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. Okay, I'm Commissioner Saraswala. For the record, I have a couple of questions and statements. I would like to say thank you for you all coming and participating today. It's nice to see people participating what other side of the forum that you are on. This is an opportunity to hear you, to speak, to get your information, as well as the information that we receive in documentation form. As again, we have, as I'm a commissioner or on this planning commission for 3 years now, 2.5 years, we've heard this project over the years. I have a background in environmental services. That's what I do for a living. So I understand your perspective of the permitting process and how this goes about. Please know, as a 5th generation Nevadan too, we take very serious what we hear up here and what we read and what we understand. But at the end of the day, there are requirements that any project has to go through, no matter who you are or what you want. That's the beauty of this country. There's a process, and part of that process is being diplomatic and pragmatic and hearing both sides of that and being able to have conversation and agreement. Sometimes there are winners and sometimes there are losers. That is unfortunate that we're never going to make everyone happy. But please know that we take our positions and our thoughts and the decisions that we make very serious. We all live in Lyon County. We all will bear the brunt of this in some fashion. So please be aware that we're not just coming from out of town or out of the city to make decisions based on your livelihoods or your home. That being said, there are some questions I do have. When we talk about water usage, we talk about surface water and groundwater. When we're comparing the units of what was being used on that property and how you guys will use it, are you using surface waters or are you using groundwater? Groundwater. And when you refer to what the farm is currently using, that is surface water, correct? Were they pumping it underground?
It's also groundwater, and the acre feet per unit's the same either way.
Okay. And that information and the water rights will be heard by the state engineer and be approved by that for that project. That is not something that we as a Lyon County Planning Commission or Board of Commissioners make the decisions for. We understand that. And I'd like to just reiterate that to everyone here today, that it does get addressed by the state engineer. It must be approved by them. It's not something that we're making a decision on. The next question I had, and you did answer it, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding it, is that the use of the entrance into the facility, how are you protecting cameras? My assumption is, I did hear, I think that you're going to have, the road will be closed to the entrance of the property except for emergency purposes, that it will be gated and locked and only opened and to use for those situations. Otherwise, it will come through Sierra Way down another side street into the entrance of the facility, and that's the only way to come in and out with shipments or construction.
That's correct.
Okay. Discharge of water. That was another question I had, and it does sound like you guys plan on having a water treatment facility, which will come at another design process to the Lyon County. And so that is where we have an opportunity again to present some requirements on your water treatment of how you're going to inject it back into it or flood irrigate with it or some situation like that. But that will be addressed in a later place. But that was important because the injection of water can be a situation in itself. What's the next one? I do appreciate that I've been on large scale projects throughout the United States as well as Nevada. And construction does cause disruption to the towns and the traffic. And it's nice to see that we're taking that forecasting look at putting a different turn lane in. I am a proponent of thinking bigger than we think that we need. We need to plan for the future, not just assume it's going to happen at a different date. I think that US 390 Interstate 80 going into Trick every day. I live in Fernley and have to make that trip every once in a while, and we time it because it is miserable. We don't want to see that in Barrington, so we do the best we can with some of the changes and implementing growth from the roadways, but we are, again, handled by Nevada Department of Transportation. It is a combination of what we can do in Lyon County as well as with the state, and we try to push hard on them. I know I do as a private citizen, and work a lot with NDOT to that they need to see the bigger picture of these rural communities and how they're changing. My other question is, and I think that was answered, currently in the code right now, they could build a 95-foot high building even as it's proposed as ag land, correct? So that's not something that's kind of changing for the data center itself.
So Community Development Director Gavin Henderson, so the 95-foot tall building is the max height that could be built on the site with the buildings as they're currently located and meet the setback requirements per Lyon County Code. That was, as the applicant suggested, that's not the intent to build maximum height.
But even if the owners of the property weren't going to sell it to these people, they could build a 95-foot infrastructure on their property.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, setbacks. I do appreciate the setbacks. I think they're important visual. Aesthetics is important when you live out in rural Nevada. That's a lot of what reason that we're here for. So I'm glad that we're meeting those and we have the big ones. A lot of my questions were answered, but I thought I had one more. So within the energy and the infrastructure that you're putting in, power will not, you will not be putting constraints on the current power system as we have now, which should not affect residents as we currently sit.
That's correct. We go through a year-long process with NV Energy where they study our impacts, not just to connect to the Walker River substation, but to the greater grid. And we are responsible for paying those, and we cannot put an electron on the grid before all of those upgrades are done.
Okay. And my other question was from transportation, but it was answered in the presentation, is that that road needs to be built prior to any additional construction. That was a constraint from Lyon County, that road must be built prior to you doing that. So you only use that entrance in and out for construction. Okay. Sure.
That you guys were sold on the market this week. I believe it was this week. So are your new owners going to honor the same tax situation that you guys have brought up? I mean, they're going to be obligated not to take any of the yum out early.
We've made, this was around taxes was the question?
Tax abatement is the question, is now that you've sold, you still, the new owners have to maintain that same.
We stay in place, Copia brand stays in place, our commitments stay in place.
Yep.
We've said that we will not take tax abatements.
Got it.
At this time, if we don't have any additional questions from staff, we're going to take a lunch break until 1 o'clock. So it's about a 43-minute lunch break. We will return here at 1 p.m. and resume. Thank you very much. Lyon County Planning. July 14th, 2026. At this time, we are at the point of public comment for item number 7A. Again, I will ask you, if you have not signed in, make sure when you come to the podium, you speak your full name first and last, and that you respect the people that are speaking and stay quiet within the hallway or the frame. Thank you. Hi.
Jim DeShamel, thank you. I think this should be voted no or tabled till there's further public discussion and the public can understand all the aspects of it. I went to their meeting last night. They had no answers for me. Everything question I asked them was, I don't know, we'll find out later. Some of the what they told you today, I believe, was a little bit wrong. Their power plant, their 500 megawatt power plant will require 5 megawatts of power even when it's idling. So that power is going to come from somewhere. And that 5 megawatts of power is enough to supply 3,500 homes. So that's a significant amount of power while that plant is idling. And theoretically, it's going to be idling most of the time because Nevada Power should be able to supply them with power. The sound level on on Penrose Lane in the nighttime is 20 decibels. And they're allowed 60 decibels at their property line. They're saying that a half mile away, they're still going to be producing 56 decibels. That's not right. That you can't have that. I mean, what controls are we going to put on this to guarantee that they don't exceed that? And if they exceed it, what's going to happen? In the summer, the fans that cool those data center buildings, the fans are 30 feet in diameter. And they're going to run harder in the summer. There's going to be more noise. And does Lyon County even have the expertise in their building department to supervise the construction, to inspect the construction of 90-foot, 5-foot tall walls on buildings? I don't think so. The second thing that is a kind of a misnomer is there's 2,020 acre feet of water associated with that 505 acres right now. When the two wells that are secondary wells that are associated with that property have to be converted to a primary well, and then it goes to the state water engineer to be converted from agriculture use to industrial use, at which time that 2,020 acre feet will be reduced to 1,200 acre feet. They say they will use 800 to 900 acre feet, but what happens if they use more? Are we going to just go out there and turn them off, flip a switch and turn them off and stop them for the rest of the year? What controls are there on this?
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Next person up,
For the record, Phyllis Hiskett. Let's start with July 25 Planning Commission meeting where the presentation did not even recommend pushing this forward to the Board of Commissioners. So that has already created a lack of confidence in this board when you don't even follow the recommendations of your own staff. Planning Commission is hereby on notice that there has been 2 fatal crashes near that area due to increase in traffic and increase of construction trucks in the area. Planning Commission is also aware that 95A cannot sustain the traffic from construction of this project. It would not be able to sustain the traffic if the plan is developed with their promised daily employees. Pushing this development to the commissioners, knowing that the safety risks in the community places the county liable for any future accidents. Furthermore, Title 15, Chapter 336 requires the developer to have 2 traffic studies, one for during the construction and one for the operations and maintenance phase of the project. So far, what they have said did not include all of the current, because I have an email from NDOT stating they haven't even provided 2025 traffic study. So they're not up to date. And it did not even include all the mining that's coming, that's going to have construction people or workers and all of their truck traffic. This is only coupled with the fact that the plan does not currently satisfy the setback requirements of the BES ordinance found in Title 15, Chapter 336, which requires the 1 mile minimum setback from the trail, easement, highway, river, perennial, or intermittent stream, lake, and or property with an existing residential use. In addition, the proposed development far exceeds the 24 feet in height as required under the same ordinance. Now, we do understand that the master plan was bypassed for the specific plan. All of these tabs are in the master plan that we have issues with. And your job is really to be following that master plan. There is also the irrigation ditch that runs right through the property that is going to also spread whatever they develop. In addition, there are visual appearance requirements which restrict the development from having a visual impact of the development from surrounding properties and public rights of way. The proposed plan is no less than 90 feet high. There is no minimizing this visual impact, and with the addition of the required lights, the entire area would be placing Las Vegas in one spot, messing up the valley's ability to sleep, the surrounding wildlife preserve, and simply taking away what this town's beauty is, the ability to see the stars at night. Additionally,
Thank you. Your time is up. Next. Please state your name for the record.
Wayne Allen. Okay. 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 Just to begin with, I'm not necessarily against the data center. That, just saying that kind of smacks of last settler syndrome. That's not me. But one thing that has not been brought up is, who is this data center for? Who's going to benefit from this data center? The county gets taxes. That's it. Okay. Who is this data center for? Is it for one of the big corporate companies or whatever? They should reimburse the residents for being able to make a profit on that. Also, something that hasn't been brought up is how many fiber optic cables are going to be run to and from that facility? Are we going to live with another 10 years on top of the 7 years of everything being torn up while they run data cables? I personally want to know who that data center is for. Also concerned about the noise. There needs to be some kind of noise abatement. I used to live at the end of Mason. I couldn't sleep 6 months out of the year with the windows open just from the cooling fans from Perry's operation. Okay, and since then he's doubled it. Okay, there needs to be some kind of noise abatement for the local residents. And also, who is going to monitor the water usage, the noise, okay, the power? I mean, does this county have a way to do that? And how do they enforce it? That's all I have.
Thank you.
Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry.
You got that.
I don't know, somebody says something about bees, and we know that they are affected by RF, radio frequency, mostly in the microwaves area. Is there any kind of RF abatement for the power generating plant? We know the data center is covered because it all has shielded cables. Okay, what kind of RF is going to be emanating from the power generation plant? Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Good afternoon. Just state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Armando Rodriguez, President of Labor's Local 169. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk up here. I just want to say we are in favor for this project. La Laguna brings great, good paying jobs. Currently, we have about 40-60 members working on the solar project that contribute to the economy here locally. With that being said, the construction of data centers spurs economic development in local communities while creating digital infrastructure essential to the nation's competitiveness and security in the modern world, but it must be done properly. La Laguna supports the responsible development of data centers that include true stakeholders engagement and proper safeguards for workers, communities, and environment. With that being said, data centers aren't going anywhere. I believe we either build them here or they're going to be other places where our data is going to be in another country. So why not have it here at our home spots? I mean, somebody was saying that their picture goes to the cloud. Where does that cloud go? To the data center. So just wanted to speak on that. Thank you guys for your time.
Next. The name for the record.
James Angelo. So I'd like to know why you guys think it's so funny about these bees and these butterflies out of this thing that is getting ready to kill. Now I live a 16th of a mile from this place. I bet none of you live that close. I bet none of you want to see the light, hear the noise, smell the diesel or the propane. Then I got a business out there. What's it going to do to my animals in this business with all this noise and stuff? But, you know, you guys just keep ignoring everybody in this room. Does anybody in this room really want this thing?
We need to address the board and not.
Addressing everybody.
Sir, if you want to be disrespectful, we'll have you removed.
You're sounding like the one that's disrespectful to me. We got this guy asleep over here. Come on. Give us a break.
Thank you for your time. Next.
Hello.
Hi.
Hamilton Autumn Harry Minani no Kuyui Papananadoe no Kuyui Takata Gai Takata Dinehno. For the record, my name is Autumn Harry. I'm a member of the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. I do a lot of organizing within the Truckee River watershed since we're at the terminal end of that watershed. And I'm a fly fisherwoman and an artist, and really here today to stand here with my relatives from the Yerington Paiute tribe. My grandfather was born in Bodie Hills, and my late father, Norman Harry, was born in Schurz. And so I have a lot of relatives also at the terminal end of this watershed with the Walker River. I'm a part of the Water Over Data Alliance. We helped to push the 15-month moratorium within the city of Reno limits, and we're really trying to urge planning commissioners, county commissioners on the city level, and also on the tribal level to really reconsider these data center projects. You know, Humboldt County passed their moratorium because of the concerns that came from Winnemucca residents about the data centers that were proposed to come into Humboldt. And so that's something that can be done here within Lyon County as well. And I just want to talk about, you know, being at the terminal end of a watershed, we're seeing so many impacts from the data centers and all of the industrial development that's happening within Story County. And, you know, one of the commissioners was discussing the traffic that we're seeing every day. I'm affected by that every single day. And I don't want the community here, my relatives from the Yerington Paiute tribe and Walker River Paiute tribe, to have to also face those similar impacts because it does come with traffic issues, water pollution issues, and the list goes on.
You met your time, sorry. Thank you.
That was 3 minutes already. I just asked you to do it.
No, thank you very much. Next. The next, there's a public speaking room at the end of the meeting as well that you can speak. You have 3 minutes. Next, please.
Get him out of here.
I'll be short. You can come back. Hi, my name is Rhonda Moore, and I'm also a 30-year resident of Silver Springs, Nevada. And today was the first day I found out there was 2 data centers approved for there. I am not kept informed when I should be. I have no confidence in the county commissioners. I was told that the trucking company that's at Fur Avenue and Ramsey Weeks was going to go in at Opal Avenue. I have to pay for an annual alignment on my vehicle because of Ramsey Weeks and the rest of the highway or roadways around there. It cost me a lot in suspension. I know how much the county is hurting. They haven't paved a road in Silver Springs in the 30 years that I've been there. This data center, I know who it's for, Peter Thiel. I know why he took his family out of this country. And I know what these data centers are for. They're for the promotion of AI. which by the time they finish, they will have completed Heritage Foundations Project 2025, which started in 2024. It's all for surveillance, and I'm asking for a moratorium on data centers until which time AI can be controlled. Thank you.
Next. Please hold your applause. Hello, my name is Dora Nash. I'm a 60-year resident of Lyon County. I grew up out here. My dad was a mineral driller. I'm a resident of Lyon County. I am here today to strongly urge you, vote no on the proposed rezoning request for the Monarch Data Center. Our comprehensive plan and current zoning laws exist for a reason, to protect the character of our community, the value of our homes, the health of our environment. Rezoning this land to accommodate an industrial scale data center violates that care purpose. While proponents claim this project will bring economic benefits, the reality on the ground tells a very different story. These massive facilities bring immense consequences to the surrounding areas. Resource depletion. Data centers consume staggering amounts of electricity and millions of gallons of water daily for cooling. In a region where our own utility rates and water security are a top priority, we can't afford to subsidize a corporate facility that drains our shared resources. Noise and environment pollution. The continuous 24/7 hum of heavy cooling fans and backup generators create severe persistent noise pollution in what are currently quiet residential zones. Furthermore, there are significant concerns, air quality and the environment impact of their backup power systems. Incompatible land use. Industrial infrastructure does not belong in the backyards of our families. Approving this rezoning will set a dangerous precedent, opening the door for more heavy industrial creep into our neighborhoods, destroying our quality of life, negatively impacting our local property values. Our local land is a finite resource. The land we have should be used to support the well-being of the people who live here, not as a staggering ground for outside tech developers. This is not a reasonable way to develop our community. I ask you to stand with the residents you represent, listen to the overwhelming community opposition, and vote no on this rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Margot Easley. I've lived here in Lyon County for 50 years. I'm in real estate for 30 years. What I'd like to request is I would like to request that you put Copia, have them put a remediation fee into escrow in the tune of $25 million. And they can afford it because their parent company is a Swedish company, and it makes billions of dollars every month. In an escrow fee that's payable to Lyon County so that they can take care of the cleanup and removal of this data center, because that will happen. You guys have seen this already with Anaconda. You've been through it. And so it would just be wise for you to put that in. I mean, that's just wisdom that you should have learned. Lyon County should have already learned that. I also would like to ask why the zoning was PUD instead of industrial. PUD is a planned unity development. That means that they can put anything they want in there. And that means they can put an HOA, a golf course. That sounds really good, but it opens Lyon County to having development, which it should have. I'm in real estate, guys, I'm all for it. However, you do not have the infrastructure. So if you're gonna have that, also make sure that they pay for it in impact fees ahead of time. Always you put it behind and that never happens. You guys know they promise a lot but don't deliver. You've learned that too. It's time you start learning things. Loudoun County needs to learn things. I mean, come on. They learn things the hard way. Let's learn it the easy way. Make them pay ahead of time. Pay it forward, Felix. They have the money, they can do it. I guarantee it. Do your research, look them up. That's what this is for. I love AI. I love the technology. I use it all the time. And I'm all for data centers, but not so many. And besides, they're making research all the time, doing it better all the time. The longer you wait, the better it gets. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Justina Yellow here for the record. As planning commissioners, you have one of the most important responsibilities in Lyon County. Your duty is not simply to determine whether a project can be built. Your duty is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people who already live here. And I didn't hear one of you raise any concerns or ask questions about potential health effects that this can cause. Before recommending approval from a project this size, you should be able to confidently answer one simple question. How do we know that this project will not harm our community? After reading the applicant's own documents, I don't believe that question has been answered. The application proposes a 1,000 megawatt data center and a 500 megawatt natural gas power plant, battery storage systems, substations, and backup power generation. Yet despite the scale of this industrial project, many of the studies needed to understand its impacts are simply missing. There was no air quality model showing what pollutants nearby residents and neighboring communities will be exposed to. There is no human health assessment evaluating potential impacts on children, seniors, or people living with asthma or heart disease. There's no noise study. The emergency response plan has not even been completed yet. What is most concerning is that an environmental impact statement is not required. We're being asked to approve something first and answer these questions later. We've heard repeatedly that a closed loop cooling system is what will be used, in that it uses less water than the agricultural fields currently do on the property. But water is only one part of the conversation. Closed loops do not mean leak-proof. These systems rely on industrial cooling fluids, corrosion inhibitors, refrigerants, and other chemicals. Equipment ages, pumps fail, pipes corrode, seals wear out. Our valley depends on clean water, whether it supports our homes, farms, wildlife, neighboring communities downstream. It is one of our most valuable and limited resources. Once groundwater or surface water is contaminated, restoring it can take years or decades to replace clean drinking water. So if there is a chemical release, a fire, contaminated runoff, or a leak into the soil, groundwater, what's the plan? Who's responsible for protecting nearby communities if contamination reaches the Walk River? How can this commission recommend approval when those answers are not before you? Approving this project is not about simply approving building. It's about approving decades of industrial activity for our farms, wildlife, Walker River, and families and homes. The burden should not be on the public to prove that this project is dangerous. The burden should be on the applicant to demonstrate through complete studies and sound science that this is safe. Until this happens, I don't believe the commissioners can honestly say it has enough information to recommend approval for while fulfilling its responsibility to protect public health, safety, and welfare of Lyon County residents.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Please state your name for the record.
James Rosashi.
Thank you.
I'm 42 years old. I've lived here my whole life. I'm fourth generation in the valley. And I don't want to raise my family here. We've had people come up here and tell everything they don't like about this. Every step of it has problems. The batteries are not safe. If they catch fire, they are dangerous for the environment and dangerous for the firefighters. There are fatal accidents on 95A every month, and that number is just going to go up. I heard the water report for what they're going to use for the data center, not mentioning that the power center is also going to need to require a ton of water. That's going to use up more water. And every time people are up here and voicing their complaints or their worries or their concerns, we're told we're ignorant, or we're told that we're just scared of change, Or my favorite, that we're too selfish to pay our fair share to live here. It is ridiculous that we have to come up here and have 4 hours to stand here and tell you that we don't want it, to just turn around and go, well, too bad, here you go. Nobody wants this. It is not safe, and every single step of the way is dangerous for the health and safety of the people. The pollinators are not going to be able to come here. If we have enough water and they use all the water they're supposed to and there's no issues and it kills all the pollinators, it doesn't matter if there's enough water for the crops because there's not going to be any.
Thank you. Next. Hi, state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cullen McGinnis, and I'm an organizer with the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. We are the largest grassroots environmental organization in Nevada, representing over 500 members in Lyon County. I'm here today to urge you to reject the PUD for the Monarch Data Center project based on the fact that this project cannot meet the required findings for planned unit development outlined in section 15-34910 in Lyon County Code. This project is not in the public interest and fails to meet the following findings. First, the project is insufficient to the terms and conditions intended to protect the interests of the public and residents. It does not make adequate provision for public services, nor provide adequate control over vehicular traffic. The relationship of this proposed unit development would be adverse to the neighborhood in which it is proposed, and that neighborhood is showing up today to tell you so. If you took time out of your day today to oppose this data center, please raise your hands. See, I think the public understands what is in their interest more so than these data center developers. How can we be assured this project will not harm the public health of residents? Today, we've heard several different answers about how water is going to be used and how much water will be evaporated. How do we know that this overallocated watershed won't be polluted by this data center? We have vague assurances, but is that good enough in the absence of real oversight? The answer is no. In short, we don't know because there's no independent water analysis, oversight, or reporting requirements due to the fact that this is on private land. This community has already suffered health complications from environmental pollution in the past, and now we see the seeds being sown for the next big polluter to take hold in this community. The developers have referenced hybrid cooling, evaporative cooling only being used in periods of extreme heat. But no numbers been provided as to what counts as extreme heat. Are they just going to run it all summer? They've also committed to using closed loop systems. This would be less water consumptive, yes, but closed loop systems are pumped full of chemicals to minimize material growth and corrosion within the systems. They have to be flushed periodically. How will our water be treated and discharged? How can we be assured that this contaminated water won't be injected into the groundwater table or run off into the Walker River? We shouldn't defer all these questions to the state water engineer. The protection of our water is absolutely something this body should consider when deciding whether or not this meets the findings to avoid adverse impacts to communities. There's also incredible risk by having such a large power plant and battery storage systems on site. Data centers are already at fire risk, but these other pieces make that even worse. Fire retardants that are commonly used are full of PFAS and other pollutants. What systems are in place to make sure that in case of a fire, that adequate fire response services are available and that the fire retardants won't go off into the river and groundwater? With the recent frequency of earthquakes in the area, how can we be assured that this project won't be susceptible to such an incident? While these questions remain, you cannot in good faith say this project meets the findings and that it will make an adequate provision for public service and does not have an adverse impact on neighborhoods. Does not also provide adequate provision for public services or vehicular traffic. We've heard from members of the community already that traffic is a huge issue on that road. With the addition of hundreds of work vehicles, that problem will only be exacerbated. A single turn lane is wholly insufficient to protect residents from the impacts of increased traffic volume. It is likely that fatalities and delays will become even more common. In what world is that a responsible use of our infrastructure or meets the finding? The project also does not further the amenities of light and air, recreation, and thank you. Please protect this.
Good afternoon, welcome back.
Thank you.
Just state your name for us, please.
Meredith Keast. I'm just gonna get to the punchline on mine in case I run out of time. I would like you to reject the PUD for this. And I'll tell you why. I don't think that I've watched the Greenlink give information that wasn't true to the committees that I was sitting on or watching. And I just want to say that you are important as an advisory committee. It's supposed to be from you up, not top down, telling you what to do. And I've been watching the Dayton Advisory Committee be pretty much controlled by the commissioners and not being able to really represent the people. And when they were supposed to give a CAD report to the commissioners, and and they didn't, based on the request of the public for the green link, then the commissioner came back and admonished them in a sense, for not doing that, even though he sat in on the meeting and he knew the intent of the people. So I don't want you to be puppets. I want you to represent the people. As they said, as a planning commission, you do have one of the most responsibilities in Lyon County to protect when not just projects, but to protect the health and safety, as someone else mentioned here. I've been a pharmacist for 27 years, currently retired, but I've watched the health of our communities decline because of all types of different unusual diseases that aren't being monitored. And it's not just typical allopathic medicine. It's diseases that we don't know where they're coming from. We're not genetically capable of keeping up with the environmental pollutants that are coming to all of us. And I've watched our nation get sicker and sicker. I'm not convinced the benefit outweighs the risk and to the public in these situations, and I do believe they need to be monitored. We have all kinds of businesses looking to get a piece of our county, and I ask you to be very selective, especially when it comes to health matters. If private land sales for such projects are not required to do an environmental impact study, then you must protect us by having unbiased third parties do such for all the different aspects that we've talked about. I support agriculture, but also if farmers and ranchers want to sell their land to make a profit for their families, let's think of being a good neighbor for future generations, because their property extends further.
Thank you.
Than just their own property.
Good afternoon. My name is Kylie Noharton-Moore. I stand before you today as an Indigenous person to speak for the protection of our cultural heritage, sacred places, and our inherent right to practice our traditions. For our people, ceremony is not confined to the walls of a building. Our places of worship are the land itself, the water, the plants, the animals, and the places where our ancestors prayed and held ceremonies since time immemorial. When these places are disturbed or destroyed, our ability to practice our religion and pass our traditions to future generations is also harmed. The land proposed for the Monarch Data Center is part of a cultural landscape that holds deep significance for the Paiute people. This valley is connected to our history, our ceremonies, and the teachings of Wovoka. These are not simply undeveloped acres, they are part of our living cultural heritage. Nevada law recognizes the importance of practicing these resources. NRS 383.121 requires state agencies and local governments to work with the Nevada Office of Prehistoric Preservation to preserve historic and archaeological resources and to consult with Indian tribes regarding Native American human remains and funerary objects on private land. NRS 383.170 establishes the procedures that must be followed if an Indian site is discovered, including on private land. If this project involves any federal permits, approvals, funding, rights of way, or other federal involvement, additional protections may apply. The NEPA Policy Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, requires review of environmental and cultural impacts. And Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act requires consultation with tribal nations when a federal undertaking may affect historic properties or traditional cultural properties. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act also recognizes a federal policy of protecting Native American religious practices and access to sacred sites. This project also raises serious concerns about water and the Winch's Doctrine. Tribal nations possess federally reserved water rights that must be respected. Water is essential not only for life, but for our ceremonies, our culture, and our future. I respectfully ask, has the city determined whether this project involves any federal permits, approvals, funding, rights of way, or other federal actions that require a review under NEPA, consultation under Section 106 of the NHPA, or other tribal consultation requirements? If those questions have not been answered, I urge you to pause before making any irreversible decisions. Once a sacred place, an archaeological site, or burial site is destroyed, it cannot be restored. We are not asking for special treatment here. We are asking that the law is enacted to protect our history, our culture, and our rights be followed. That meaningful consultation occur wherever required, and that our ancestors' legacy be treated with the respect it deserves. If this project is a federal undertaking compliance with section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, 36 CFR Part 800 is required. I urge both the company and this community to acknowledge to comply. 318.121 and NS 318.170 to show all applicable state and federal cultural resource protections are followed before any irreversible damage is done.
Yeah. Do we have anyone else here? Okay, yeah, come on up. Thank you. For the record, my name is Laura Tom. I'd like to know if also there has been a seismological study done in the area. As we know, we've had the earthquakes, the earthquake fault is there. I was standing out at Stanley Ranch when we had the 5.2, and I can tell you it shook the ground. It sounded like somebody was shaking my truck, and I was all by myself out there. So the other thing I have to say is tribal water. Both tribes have their own water systems that the county does not put into. So if there's contamination in either one of those reservations, is the county going to come back and help us get our water back so that we can provide clean water to our people? And I want to say, you're shame. You should be shamed. You said a pledge of allegiance, freedom and justice for all, equality, right? We're not getting that here. You can hear it from everybody in their voice. We're not getting it. You don't understand that tribal consultation is, there's no question about it. You have to have it. You cannot approve this project without it. You need the infamous, you need to know the accidents that come off Campbell Lane. Not just the ones that they're approving it stood for us when our water was contaminated by Anaconda Mine. Our lands were contaminated. Our tribe had to take a foreign corporation to tribal court. Foreign corporation, because nobody in Yankton stood for us. We were the bad guys. We were just crying. But everyone's got millions and millions of dollars more than the tribe to replace their water. For you guys to put water systems out to them. Nobody has stood for us, for our tribe. It's time. We're not asking. We're telling you that's the process. You must vote no today to give approval to the Board of Commissioners to go to the next step until tribal consultation has occurred. We're not afraid to take foreign corporations to tribal court. What do you think we're going to do when this happens? All right. Do we have anyone else here that's going to speak? Okay. Just state your name for the record, please.
Hello, for the record, my name is Allison Hartman. I come to you from Reno, but I've been researching a bunch of the data centers across northern Nevada, all the companies, everything all attached, the shell companies, the whole deal. Let's talk about the size of this data center for a second. We're talking about a 1,000 megawatt data center with a potential 500 megawatts for gas generation. Let's talk about gas generation for a second. That's only like 30 to 50% efficient, right? So like that excess energy that isn't being used, that's heat. The energy has to go somewhere. You know, we're talking about the benefits that Lyon County will get. I've been to Story County multiple times to talk to the people there. Do you think they know about the data centers? I mean, if you drive around Virginia Highlands, Virginia City, they don't even have paved roads. I would like to see what benefit even just Trick is getting right now, because I don't see why Story County or Lyon County would get the same thing, excuse me. Looking at NV Energy's peak usage for northern Nevada, 2,073 megawatts total for northern Nevada, the entire usage. So if we're talking about this Monarch data center, right, you have 1,000 megawatts of energy, and then you have 500 megawatts of natural gas generation, and then 500 to be stored. That's like the entire generation of all of northern Nevada. Like, do we process how big that is? So, I mean, if we talk about 1 megawatt, 400 to 600 homes. 1 gigawatt, which is what this project is, and literally than that, 500,000 homes. That is the entire city of Yerington and more. The presentation yesterday was embarrassing. I wasn't here for it. I wanted to be for Copia. But it's just like, you know, if you're going to come to a community like Yerington that has dealt with the Anaconda copper mine and water contamination, you have to meet the community where they're at. You have to tell people what a data center is. You know I asked 2 other people on this board like what a data center is, and that couldn't be answered. That's a problem. What is the purpose of this? What are we doing? you know, the whole closed loop system that they're having in their own area, they're having their own recycled system or whatever it may be. If you look at Cheyenne, Wyoming, look at that deadly bacteria that just entered their whole water system, and now the residents of that area have no idea where water's going. It's a problem. So I just have to say, like, being here, and going to multiple counties, I've never stood in a room where the commission has honestly just made everybody kind of feel stupid. People here have really valid concerns today about why not to have the Monarch data center in their area. And just the response from some of you, I don't think you're listening or just don't think that we know enough. I could show you my research web of all of these companies. I am not here today to just yell out over nothing. Okay, I really respect the rural areas. Being from a city, I love what you guys bring to Reno. I mean, we can't live without you guys, right? So like we do. I mean, I just really hope that you guys are going against this data center. Also, one last thing, that battery energy storage system, that is about 2,888 feet less than the ordinance number 640 that you guys approved last year, I think around May, that a battery energy storage system has to be a mile away. This is 2,888 miles. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Wilson.
Thank you, Dennis.
I'm 66 and I've been here all my life. Raised my family here, was raised and born here myself. The scenic valley go from bad to worse. And it's getting even worse. And I got two little kids right back there. They're my grandkids. That's their future you're messing with. And I'm sure that you got grandkids or children, and if you don't, I'm sorry for you. But you allow this to happen and contaminate water. That's just not good. The noise from Perry's onion sheds, now they've doubled them. They got them both there, now both ends of the valley. Now you're gonna put a big one in the middle of the valley? You guys, you something screw up there. If you allow this to happen without, you know, proper water supply, and make sure all this water that goes back into the river goes to Schurz. Then from Schurz it goes to Walker. And then when it goes down into the ground, where's it gonna go? To the underground aquifers. As a kid in '60s, they said that they dropped dye in that lake. And it come up in Texas 10 years later. Now, if that's true, there's an underwater aquifer headed for Texas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not gonna take up too much time.
It's fine. Full 3 minutes. We just need you to say your name, first and last name for the record, please.
Yes, my name's Caitlin Calhoun. I'm a lifelong resident of Yerington and a mother of 2 children growing up right here in Mason Valley. I'm standing before you today to represent more than just myself. I speak on behalf of over 2,000 residents who signed our change.org petition, explicitly asking this commission to deny the planned unit development application. These are signatures, over 2,000, by the way. So, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. They're explicitly asking the commission to deny the planned unit development application for the Monarch Data Center. These signatures come from your neighbors, your constituents, and local families who love this town. We love Yerington because it is a small farm community. Just the other weekend, my family visited the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area, a place that captures the very soul of what makes our valley special. My children deserve to inherit that exact life. They deserve a childhood shaped by open spaces and thriving agricultural habitats, not a landscape overshadowed by massive unchecked industrial growth. As a planning commission, you have a strict legal duty under Lyon County Code Title 15, specifically Chapter 15.349.03, that mandates that a PUD must maintain and enhance surface and groundwater quality and quantity and protect critical wildlife habitat. This $11 billion tech park will consume massive amounts of water, yet we're told no formal environmental impact study is being conducted. Voting yes today without a comprehensive independent water study on our agricultural aquifer directly violates the legal standard and intent of our county code. Furthermore, this project introduces a massive 500 megawatt battery storage system. Your highest responsibility is the health, safety, and welfare of the people you represent. Understand our active building ordinance and hazardous material safety codes represent. Under our active building ordinance and hazardous material safety codes, we have a right to see strict setback limits and a full thermal runaway hazard assessment before a single permit is granted. You cannot safeguard our community if you vote to approve this massive industrial hazard blindly. The developer asked you to sacrifice our water, our safety, our small town identity for corporate profits. You are our first line of defense. Please uphold the law. Honor your duty to keep this community safe and deny the PUD. For the official record, I formally request this commission make a motion to table this vote until independent environmental and safety studies are fully present to the public. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say one more time for me, please?
Thank you, Thomas.
All these people here, people over here, all the people, all here. You gotta look and they have no idea what water is gonna kill you. They have a wrong, the water's bad. And you don't care. You don't care. Not one of you. You know it. If you look at me. Sir, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, please.
I'm allowed to take notes on what you're saying.
I'm trying to help you. Okay, so everybody.
You need to speak to the board and not to the room. And if you're not going to adhere to the requirements, then you. Because that's the rule, sir.
That's not a rule.
Yes, it is. So you're burning your time. So either speak to us in the proper forum or be done. Please.
I really can't believe you guys. I really can't. And your kids are getting killed by this stuff. So if you know it, you gotta know it.
I'm going to reiterate one more time that when we are here, we will be diplomatic to you as well as you need to be diplomatic to us. This is a public forum, but there are rules of decorum that will be adhered to. And if you can't adhere to them, then we will take a time out and we will have you removed. That is the proper agendized way to handle this. We understand your frustration and your needs to be heard, and we are willing to do that. But you must be respectful. That's all we ask as a board. I don't think that's too much. Next, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Patricia Jubin, I'll keep it short. I just want to remind you guys that you do have a duty to protect the welfare of the people you serve, including the land, the water, the ecosystems, the wildlife, and the communities. I have a question. I know you can't answer, but maybe you can think. If you were living like the poor lady over here, even 5 miles away from the data center, would you like it? That's all I have.
Next.
It's Leo Solari.
Thank you, Leo.
I would really like to see data centers have been up and running in our nation long enough now to where we can get shared risk assessments, shared reports. They've come in here with none of that. Because there are facts out there now. When they started this project, there wasn't as many. A couple years have gone by. I want to know if you guys have any of the copy of these reports. They haven't brought it up. All you have to do is talk to these other communities that have data centers running. None of them are this monsters. This is the biggest one in the nation. But all you do is take half the footprint the other ones are, double it, then you got this. Why aren't we doing any shared risk assessments? Why aren't we looking at any of this, that there are these environmental impacts? Okay, it doesn't apply to this project. They can do whatever they want. But let's look at properties where they do have environmental impact reports provided. You look at it and say, whoa, there is a problem here. But you guys haven't measured or referenced to any other data centers. Why? Because I know why, and I know why they're not bringing it in, and I know why you're not showing us a current traffic impact report. When this all started, they drew up an impact report. I saw it up there. It's not current. You have Libra Solar Farms that is bigger than this project, and it has more traffic on that highway right now today. So before we do any more projects, I know I spoke about the traffic already. We need to do an NDOT study. The ones they did before are outdated. The Libra Solar Farms up and running since then, so we've added a lot more traffic to the road. We need a current impact report for the traffic, we need a current assessment of other data centers that are up and running. They know what's going on with them. If it was all roses and peaches, they would show you, hey, look it, there's no problems here, guys. The reason they're not bringing them in here, I think you guys have copies of those reports. That's all I have to say. Please, there's nothing wrong with shelving this for a minute. Right? Unless I know you guys know a deadline that I don't know. Is there a state that where if you got to get it done in the next 6 months? Because I know this keeps getting pushed out. And there is laws about PUD, how many times you can push it out over 12 months. I'm not the expert on all that. I read up all this stuff. And why do we have to do all this research? They're supposed to do the research, bring to you, and you make your, but we're sitting there like, and they say, oh, you guys stop reading the stuff online. Well, I wish I could. You guys are the experts. They're the experts. They haven't come in here and showed you any of this. And the reason they are because you'd say, oh, no, look what's going on with these other data centers. That's all I have to say. Have a good day.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Andrea Martinez, and I am a citizen of the Walk River Paiute Tribe in Shores, Nevada. I respectfully request that you deny the proposed change in land use for this data center project. Our valley's water resources are already overallocated, and there has been no clear accounting of how this project will secure water without impacting existing users, including our tribe, which has long fought to protect its water rights. Recent issues with unauthorized water use on nearby projects raise serious concerns about oversight and compliance. Without NEPA review, there is insufficient environmental analysis to make an informed decision. Data centers pose risks, including water contamination, strain on limited emergency response resources, and potential harm to ecosystems. The economic benefits to the county appear minimal compared to the long-term risks and liabilities. For the protection of our community, environment, and future generations, this land should remain in agriculture use.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Shannon Williams. Thank you for listening to us today. I am here on behalf of the Walk River Paiute Tribe. I am a council member on the Walk River Paiute Tribe. I am a 5th generation resident of Shores. My grandson is a 7th generation of Shores. My duty as the council member is to ensure the health and safety of our next 7 generations. We have prepared a resolution for you from our tribe, and I'm going to read it. It's resolution number WR 53-2026. It's no to proposed data center. Be it resolved by the tribal council of the Walk River Paiute Tribe that whereas the governing body of the Walk River Paiute Tribe is organized under the provisions of the Indian Reorganization Act of June 1934, as amended, to exercise certain home rule and be responsible for the promotion of economic and social welfare of its members. And whereas it is important that the Walk River Paiute Tribe to ensure that we have adequate and clean water, power that is affordable and available for all homes and businesses, clean air, and an environment that is livable for people, animals, plants, and all living organisms. And whereas a proposed data center is being planned and considered for the construction at 150-155 Penrose Lane in Yerington, east of Highway 95 alternate and close to the Walk River Paiute Tribe Reservation. Whereas the Monarch Data Center
is the proposed 505 acre, 14 building mega campus being developed by Copia Power. The $11 billion project is designed for up to 1,000 megawatts of capacity. And whereas the growing demands of artificial intelligence, massive digital infrastructure require substantial resources, and data centers are notable for their high consumption of water and electricity, often to the detriment of ecosystems and local communities. Tribal nations approach land management with a focus on long-term stewardship and balance, valuing the earth as a living entity. And whereas the Walker River Paiute tribe's opposition to data center construction signifies a profound commitment to more than just development. It is rooted in the responsibility to protect the land, water, environment, and future generations. And whereas the decision is a testament to the effective exercise of sovereignty, where our tribe makes decisions about lands based on distinct values and visions for the future. All too frequently, the benefits of industrial projects prove short-lived, while the environmental costs are enduring. And whereas the tribe's decision underscores the imperative of harmonizing progress with environmental protection, safeguarding the land and water is an investment in the future of all generations. And whereas the proposed data center would negatively affect the Walker River watershed that provides water to our reservation, river, groundwater, and Walker Lake. And whereas the area noted as it has been a system of water decline due to climate change, drought, and irrigation increased on the system. And whereas such a center would require major electricity, this will drive up costs for local users, many of whom cannot afford such. The Walker River Reservation has a high poverty rate, and now therefore be it resolved that the Walker River Paiute tribe hereby demands that such data center requests be denied immediately and sovereignty. A copy. Can I present this to? Yes, if you give it to Gavin, they'll make sure that we get copies of it. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Elwood Liam Jr., Yerington Paiute Tribe, Buzi Dakota Nama. My name is Elwood Liam Jr., Yerington Paiute Tribe. My first name is Junebug. That was the first word I gave out. Tamina, Pishayu, Taba, Paya, Paa, Kaiba, Maha, Sagapu, Tamina, Sudahikwa, Naku, Tuna Ana, Pahugama, Wawodaka. I ask the Creator that He bless all of the water, the land, the air, the sky, the moon, the sun, the stars, because it's all here for us as people. Nama. We're to share this land. We're not to tear it apart. We talked to our Pahubagama, Wawodaka, you call him Jack Wilson. You know, he came here and he spoke not only English, he spoke his language, and he also taught not only our religion, but he also, you know, integrated with the Christian religion so that people could understand why we need to work together, not be separated, not be blaming each other for all the things that are going on around us. We're supposed to work together to make sure our land, our water, and our people are taken care of. That's why we're here. I cannot speak on behalf of my tribe. That's my chairman's responsibility. I'm only here to share what I can. And our responsibility as tribal council members is to step up when we need to. And that's why we're here today, to at least let you know that we're here. And I'd like to invite each and every one of you to come out and visit our tribe. I've not ever seen any of you out there at the tribe, you know, maybe you. 2 weeks ago. And you know, as Commissioner Lewis had stated, this is not consultation. This is just a discussion that we're a part of. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. We're not here to consult. We're here to understand what's going on. I wanted to hear more in regards to how the data center actually works and how the environmental impact statements and how the NAGPRA regulations are going to be adhered to, because none of that's been stated. So I would suggest that you table this or put it off for a little bit longer so that all of these questions can be answered as everybody's been asking. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. We'll do online, and we're going to go to online, and then we'll come back to some people in the office too. They have had to have their hands up as long time as well. So just state your name for the record, chief, please.
Michelle Trevino. I just want to say that one house that the setback is not met is my house. That's not okay. I'm important just as everyone else is. We're all upset. We've got emotions because we have done research on data centers. We're not scared because we don't know. We've done research and there's nothing positive for the people who live around it. It's terrible. The water, of course, you cannot replace water with anything. It is the gold of the world. Without it, we all die. Pollute it, we're gonna die, get cancer, third arm, I don't know. It's not the place for it. I understand people should be able to do what they want with their land within the zoning. That area is agricultural and residential. It was not meant for this building. If he wants to put houses on there, do 20-acre parcels and make your money that way. I mean, how much money does one person need? We are all upset because this is our livelihood. Our house values are going to go down so much. If we don't lose our wells, then our houses will be worth nothing. You know, and I'm 57 years old. I can't go and rebuild a house and stuff. I now hire people to do things because I have arthritis. We're all emotional, the ones that live by it, because it's going to affect us. We know, we're not ignorant about it. We've read way too much. Before this started a year ago that I was aware of it, I knew data centers, but I didn't really care. You know, it wasn't in my backyard. But you are now putting it right next to my property. And 95 feet tall? That's atrocious. You know, it is a beautiful valley. My deck looks over all of it. I could put up a camera and watch the whole thing. You know, stream it online, I don't know. But the water, the noise, the air pollution, it's all bad. Everything I have read about it is bad. And now, is it going to be outdated by the time they're done with it? Because they're talking about building them under the sea, which is going to kill animals under there. And then they're talking about putting them up in space. I think that's great. Get it out of our atmosphere. But putting it right in the middle of a neighborhood, yes, it's his land. Do what you want within the zoning it is. Don't just all of a sudden go, well, I've got residential. That's all I have to say. Okay, we're gonna go to Ginger online. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Ginger Tapia. I'm a resident of Silver Springs. I agree with pretty much everything that everyone has shared today in public comment. So there's really nothing left for me to say, but I would like to share one of my favorite poems. Funny, funny what money can't do. Do you ever think as the hearse goes by that someday you may even die? You'll ride along in that big black hack with never a thought of coming back. You scheme and slave a fortune to save. You'll lose it all when you go to the grave. For if life were a thing that money could buy, the rich would live and the poor would die. And I just hope you do not support this Monarch project. And it doesn't make any sense for it to be out in Yerington in a beautiful rural area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Eric and Amber online. Please state your name for the record.
There we go. Sorry about that. Took me a second to unmute myself. My name is Eric Chabonneau. Can you hear me? Oops. Can you folks hear me? Hello? One moment, please. I do apologize.
Can you not hear us?
Okay.
Okay.
I do apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And commercial-free music channels.
Eric, right now, we'll come back to him. Move over to Matthew Winterhawk.
Thank you for that. Matthew Winterhawk for the record. Commissioners, I'm actually requesting that you recommend denial of PLZ 2026-041 or continue the application until every material impact is publicly documented and every protection is legally enforceable. And please, for the record, please stop telling residents that this vote is not a recommended approval. Your own agenda says that this action is to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners concerning Copia's request for approval of the planned unit development zone change. You may not have the final authority, but your vote materially advances or opposes this project. Do not advance it and later pretend that the Commission bear no responsibility. Also, I don't understand how Copia is giving any sort of presentation when they sold out on July 9th to EQT. So by the end of the year, they're changing hands, which is why Copia will not be looking for any abatements, okay? Just so everyone's well aware. County staff emphasizes this is the fourth hearing. But 4 technically noticed hearings do not equal meaningful public understanding and informed consent. Lyon County Code, Section 15.349.09.c requires you consider evidence from staff, applicant of the public, make findings of fact and recommend disapproval or conditional approval when the proposal does not demonstrate full compliance. Section 15.349.10 requires particular findings concerning the public interest, adequate public services, traffic effects, surrounding neighborhood, and the long-term conditions protecting the public. Your PUD code also identifies groundwater quantity and quality, air quality, wildlife protection, and clean, safe industrial development with minimal strain in transportation as public proposes. The record before you does not support those findings, and you are all well aware of that. So at this point, if you approve it, it is no longer ignorance, it is intentional. The proposal includes 4.6 million square feet, 8 buildings up to 95 feet tall, 500 megawatt battery facility, 500 megawatt gas generation, campus, substations, water, wastewater facilities, rerouted irrigation infrastructure, high voltage gen-tie proceedings through a separate application. The applicant's own site calls its preliminary and says detailed planning and engineering remains unfinished. Why are we approving anything? Where is the binding daily and annual water limit? Where is the source of every gallon, drought protection, domestic well monitoring, and guaranteed compensation if the groundwater is harmed? Guess what? They've never had it. Where is generation that the residents will not subsidize this 1,000 megawatt project through higher rates, reduced reliability, and publicly funded grid updates? Sadly, the PUCN already has approved these and has set up that they're going to put it on their backs through gas.
Okay. Scott Lindsay, please say your name for the record. Scott, I'm sorry, putting the name in the wrong order. Can you hear us? Now they went away. Where'd they go? Okay, let's try Eric and Amber again. Eric and Amber, can you hear us now?
Yes, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we heard you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you taking the time to hear me out a second time. I could not get my phone to work the last time.
That's okay. Technology is not always at its best. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eric Chabonneau, and I live about 1.3 miles from where the proposed data center is supposed to go. The first thing I'd like to clarify that it is not going to be a data center. It's a specialized solar storage thermal generation with data center capacity, because Copia has 0 running data centers. They have 0. There's not a single data center that Copia has up and running. Basically, on their own, by their own words, they say they specialize in developing gigawatt scale energy and digital infrastructure campuses. Well, that's what it is. It's a giant pipeline for future data centers and all kinds of other things that come that, are trying to be proposed and put in there. And then as long as EQT, that's a global private investment group that's based out of Sweden, out of Stockholm, Sweden. It's not even an American company. And that's who's now bought Copia Power. So we keep referring to this as the Copia Monarch thing, and it's the Swedish EQT. It's not a data center. There's 0 up and running. And, there's a whole bunch of fear mongering going on in the media about the data centers. Like, oh, we got to keep up with China. We don't have to keep up with China. We're already well ahead of China in that respect. So the whole urgency thing is not even an issue. This is about the pipeline. This is about power infrastructure for the giant megalith that's going between Reno and Las Vegas. What we need to look at is who actually benefits from this, who's actually really benefiting. And, there's so many things that have been obfuscated. There was the person that came up earlier that said, well, I'm not an engineer. And yeah, but we can also look as regular people, ironically, using the very tools that the data centers provide us. And they provide very, very accurate information, very concise and detailed information on all kinds of things. Like, for example, when a 500 megawatt gas pipeline is up and running, and that 500 megawatt is actually up and running, producing electricity, it's going to produce 400 to 500 metric tons of effluent in the air every hour. And it's not 50 decibels, it's 85 to 110 decibels. So there's a lot of things that are being obfuscated and downplayed and not even explained. There's no acoustic barriers being explained. There's none of these things. So I would encourage everybody to take a beat, step back and look and ask for clarification and clarity on all these issues that everybody is so concerned about, especially me. And especially all the people within 1 mile to 5 miles of that data center, because those are the people that are the most affected. Now, if something else catastrophic happens, then everybody's affected within a very large radius.
Okay, next we're going to go to Matthew Wilkie online. Matthew, can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself, Matthew?
There we are. Can you hear me?
Thank you. State your name for the record and then you have your 3 minutes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Matthew Wilkie, for the record, and I'm a rural healthcare professional here in Lyon County. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the proposed PUD for the Monarch Data Center. Lyon County isn't just another place to build unregulated industrial projects. It's home to ranches, farms, and small businesses and families who depend on these limited natural resources. What makes this county special is exactly what projects like this put at risk. The biggest issue is obviously water. Whether you live in Dayton, Silver Springs, Yerington, Smith, or Mason Valley, we all understand that water is life. Once water is committed to these massive industrial developments, it's no longer available to our farms, our neighborhoods, and future generations. As a rural healthcare worker, I also see every single day that our county has real needs that are grossly undermet. We need more healthcare access, more housing that is actually affordable, that workers can actually afford, and investments that directly improve our communities. This data center doesn't solve these challenges. We've watched neighboring communities wrestle with the impacts of these data centers, including growing demands on water and power. Lyon County has the opportunity to learn from these mistakes and not repeat them. The promise of economic development sounds appealing, but we have to ask, development for whom? These facilities consume enormous amounts of resources while creating relatively few long-term jobs. That's not the kind of growth that builds strong rural communities. The decisions that you make this afternoon is going to shape Lyon County for decades. Please choose to protect our water, preserve our rural character, and put the people who already call Lyon County home first. I respectfully ask for you to listen to our tribal leaders and the community members and reject the PUD for the Monarch Data Center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take Harriet Brady next, please.
Good afternoon, Commission. Harriet Brady for the record. A key step is still missing aside of the factual information regarding water use by this project. When can the tribes expect COPIA to start the full tribal consultation process? And for that matter, when is the Lyon County Board of Commissioners going to follow this process as well? From what I heard in today's meeting is that COPIA and Lyon County have not followed the process of the tribal consultation with the respective sovereign nations of the Walker River Paiute Tribe and the Yerington Paiute Tribal Council. This is a constitutional guarantee via the supreme law of the land, the U.S. Constitution, as tribal nations are sovereign governments with inherent authority over their lands and citizens, and consultation is a requirement under the 2000 Executive Order 13175, consultation and coordination with Indian tribal governments. COPIA is already behind, as Ms. Loomis indicated earlier, that people have known this for a year. Yet Michael, the COPIA rep, stated that the Yarrington tribe was contacted December 2025. COPIA needs to follow up with meaningful meetings, true tribal consultation and dialogue, not just with a piece of paper telling them what's up. They need tribal input. This means more than just one consultation meeting. It means more to get input and how they will include that tribal input. Follow what each tribe requires for it to be a true tribal consultation, as indicated from the tribal council representative that was present this morning. Keep in mind, a tribal council does not send out one representative to attend an open house and consider that tribal consultation. That is absolutely absurd. Do it right instead of just winging it, as indicated as many parts of the so-called planning of the Monarch Data Center, or whatever the hell this is. Get meaningful tribal consultation before moving on. It is okay to table things. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to, did we talk to Lindsay Scott or did they not answer? They did not answer. Okay, we're gonna go back to Lindsay Scott. We'll try them again. Testing his phone. Yeah, you the one that was under Lindsay Scott? Testing his phone. Can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. We can hear you now. Can you say your name and then you have the minutes, please?
Christine Benner. I would like to oppose the Monarch Data Center because of the potential health and impairments and the exposure from the data center.
Seems we're having some problem with your connection. We can't hear you. Can you hear us? Okay, well, let's same time we'll go over to Gary and we'll come back. Gary, can you unmute yourself, please?
Good afternoon, Gary Hansel, Stagecoach resident.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Before the lunch break, one of the commissioners commented that it was great to see all the people who've turned out today because we can all together learn about data centers and we're ignorant of what data centers are and we have a fear of the unknown. I'm sorry, but you are completely and utterly mistaken. The reason the room is full and the hallway is packed and there's 100+ people online is because we have done the research and we do understand what data centers or solar plants or whatever this is, like the previous talker said, whatever this is, we do understand the ramifications. If you spend any time researching data centers and their negative consequences, you'll discover counties all across the US are reviewing, rethinking, and halting permits for data centers because they realize we don't truly understand the short and long-term effects. Apparently, Lyon County did not get this memo. However, there still is time. There still is time. Number two, going back the last 4 or 5, 6 years, having been to a number of planning meetings and commissioner meetings, when the housing developments were being approved or being talked about, like Copper Canyon and Traditions and Fort Churchill and the failed Desert Wells plan, what we heard then was, we got to do this because we need the taxes. Got to do it, taxes, taxes. Okay, fine. We fast forward, and this is the same reason. We got to have the data center because we're going to get the taxes. Yes, we may get taxes. What is another benefit after the taxes for Lyon County? Who is going to come and visit Lyon County? What, people from across the country or Nevada are going to say, let's go to Lyon County, they got a dozen data centers. Let's go visit. Who's going to move here? The people who do live here are going to move away if they can, if they're not trampled by this construction going on. And that's what the county's going to look like. Going to be barren, couple hundred tech people, and data centers. So that's what the future looks like if you approve this, and then the other, however many are behind it. What is the Planning Commission's mandate? Is it to, and I
Appreciate it. Next, we're going to go to the gentleman who goes by the name Human by Design. Could you unmute your phone for us, please, and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Arthur Martin. I have been listening in online, and I just wanted to say that I actually am not from your area. I am from an area that was the first man-made disaster ever known or ever created. Love Canal was my backyard. It was a secret place, or rather a secret from people who lived in the area, where chemicals were actually buried into the earth, seeping into the ground, and then giving into the groundwater, filling our water we drank. And the areas we lived in were the chemicals that seeped into the area. We also had just put in solar farms, and the same things that your residents are bringing up are things we're facing. The corrosion of solar powers, the leakage of the chemicals that it brings into the water, which then rainwater then brings into the groundwater, which drains into the rivers, and the things that we actually are treating through water treatment plants. However, even chlorine with organic materials found in those areas of those rivers, those ponds, those areas we pump water in to clean from, actually produces a chemical reaction. I have looked up your water, and it does not only contain arsenic in high levels, but uranium as well, not to mention many other chemicals and sediments that are not good enough to be of quality water. However, with this building, and if no power, that runoff water from Anaconda that you are avoiding right now, how will that affect it in the near future? If you are to do anything with the water infrastructure, you are affecting every person who lives in your county and anywhere nearby, and you don't know the repercussions because they have yet to be seen, as with the Love Canal residents back in the 80s, because they didn't know any better and they didn't know what was happening. And now we face things like unpredictable birth rates, miscarriages, defects when people are born through birth. We have cancer ratings that are above the nation's regular reports, to the fact that we have our own cancer treatment center that people come across the United States to be treated. And yet you sit here telling people that, yes, this will benefit us for money or otherwise, yet you have no evidence of what it will do to you or your land or the people that live on it in the future. And with that, I think I've said plenty. And if you have anything to respond to, you may, but I doubt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to iPhone. Can you unmute your iPhone, please? And tell us your name.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not sure if you said Kelly Cantor, but my name is Kelly Cantor. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I ask that you not approve the zone change for the Monarch Data Center and honestly put a halt to all data centers in Lyon County. I agree with all of the opposition that has been presented today from everybody. I have concerns about the power usage, the water usage, the pollution to the air, pollution to the water. I feel like there are countless communities across this country that have had data centers put beside them, and they have been left with nightmarish conditions. They have been asked to conserve energy, to conserve water. They've been tormented by noise and air pollution while their utility bills rise. We already know what data centers are going to bring to our community. And I ask that you not allow them to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna try Lindsay one more time. Lindsay, can you hear us? Oh, she just disappears when we tap her name. I don't know.
I don't even see her on the list.
I know that's what I'm saying. If she goes away, so she must have bad phone service. Okay. Well, those are all of the people online right now. So we're gonna go back. You can come up, Robin.
Robin Biggs for the record. I was not born in Yerington. I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, Branson, Springfield, Missouri. The Holy Spirit sent me out here in '79. I got off the Greyhound bus in front of Brian Naciti's Casino West, the family. I worked with Grandma. I worked with Dad. I worked with Patty, best boss I ever had in the steakhouse. I got off the Greyhound bus with 2 long braids, a foot locker, a backpack, and a bow and arrow. We were here for about 2.5 years for a training station for my husband for the Soil Conservation Service. Then we were transferred up to Lovelock for 16 years, and then we came back in '79. Don't be afraid of the county commissioners are listening online, or some of them. And don't be afraid of the Dillon law. You need to deny this. The planning commission, you need to realize that you have in the past. Let me backtrack here. Copia Power did their presentation and they did not, they said, we're done, we think they're done. They did not put their last page up. When the final page, page 13 is, thank you, or whatever, yeah, thank you. But yeah, the planning commission, the commissioners review the decision. You cannot approve with conditions or deny. You have approved with conditions in the past, and Wendy Lewis is online, and she did that, and she assured me that it was going to go on with conditions. Well, the conditions were not met by the commissioners. And then there were another thing, there was typographical error, the wrong map showed, it was not ever corrected. And it went into the minutes, the commissioners approved that, and our county manager, yeah, he doesn't have his name up there. That's kind of interesting. It kind of gets you a little tongue-tied. All these accidents, all these workforces, all these drivers with out-of-state tags or, whatever they're driving, a significant amount of them do not have Nevada driver licenses. They have not taken the tests. And that's what's causing a lot of these accidents. I'm wondering if local union 169, do they all have Nevada driver's licenses? Where are they from? I know that there's other ones that they don't, and that's causing the problems. Don't be afraid of the Dillon law. You have we're a Dillon state, you have to deny. You have to deny this on almost everything. There's just no question of what you've heard today. There's going to be, you need to be aware of the sunshine law. The county commissioners on August 3rd are scheduled to present a data center workshop to enlighten the public on data centers. You cannot hold it in this facility. It needs to be, and where there's a will, there's a way. It needs to go over to the school district, to the junior high auditorium. There's parking on the old playground and next to the practice gym for basketball. Plenty of it, plenty of parking there. We're not going to sit in the bleachers. They can put chairs and tables out for us. It's more accessible for the handicapped and the elderly. I said this venue isn't good enough. I keep saying the vendors aren't going to be good enough, but you just keep doing here. This is overfilled with capacity here. This is bad news. Last night at the open house that Kobe had put on, it was moved from the Boys and Girls Club.
Thank you, Robin. You've met your time.
Yeah.
Do we have anybody else in the audience that wants to? Oh, yes, ma'am. Have you signed in? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Robin. Robin, you dropped something.
My name is Tara Berry. I live on Penrose Lane. I am not a public speaker, but my heart is definitely in this. My house is less than a mile, more like 0.6 miles from where the proposed data center is going to be. So I'm asking you on behalf of myself, my husband, my family, my animals, my neighbors, and my community, please vote no.
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Stewart, and I watched you folks up there ask questions to this gentleman here about the data center. Several times this gentleman told you, I don't know, I'm not an engineer, and you guys were good with that. To me, I'm not good with that. We've got questions, this gentleman can't answer it. We need to have a forum where there's engineers that are going to tell us this data information we need to know. We don't have enough information. You don't have enough information. They come here and show us beautiful pictures, but they don't give us the criteria we need to know. We need to know if it's going to be harmful, what's going to happen if this happens, what's going to happen if this happens. An engineer can tell us. These gentlemen cannot. I'm not being disrespectful to you. I'm just saying, we don't have the information. Without the proper information, you people should not be able to vote on this. We haven't had all the information. The engineers aren't here to tell us what's going on. I'm not smart enough to know what's going on. And these gentlemen clearly said, I don't know. I'm not an engineer. And they said it to three out of the 5 of you had questions that he said, I don't know. I'm not an engineer. And you were okay with it. You didn't come back and rebuke him. You were okay with it. To me, that's not okay. We need more information.
I'm sorry, but you have already spoken.
Say something, I apologize
Thank
to all
you.
of you, for all the people here, and right here.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate your courtesy. Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Chase Rowe. I'm here representing the trades, construction, local 169. I am appreciative of all the comments I've heard today. I am in favor of this project 7. I'm in favor of products all over northern Nevada. Our union prides itself on safety and training. When these projects are done correctly, there's a lot of winners involved. So I would like to hear the owners bring forth more information to answer some of the basic questions that everybody has, one of my job duties is Libra Solar right down the street. Pair of Libra Solar has put many local Yerington locals in good paying jobs with benefits to their families. It's been good. I'm sure the traffic increases, yes. We know a project like this comes and builds new roads. That's a nice touch. I know they're in a partnership with Lyon County Sheriffs. They're trying to set a precedent that if you break the laws, the road laws, you will lose your job. Just to keep everybody safe as possible. Similar to Winnemucca, Nevada, another small town, these small town economies will grow, money will stay here, with workers. A lot of it is local workers. It's not necessarily a specialty task force. There's multiple trades involved, but when it comes to, it puts a lot of local Nevadans to work in this area. It's a hop, skip, and a jump from Reno. It's multiple counties involved, and I'm for it. Northern Nevada is growing faster than ever. I think all the counties can gain from that.
Next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Omar Alvarez for the record. So I'd like to echo with what Chase Rose said. So being a brotherhood here and sisterhood. So we advocate for good paying jobs. I mean, there's nowhere else you can get out of high school and make $30 an hour, straight out of high school. And we do have local workforce here. We have people from Yerington all the time making a trip to Reno, and just to get out to these solar projects. So we do have a lot of local workforce. We prioritize the local workforce. So we're investing a lot in the local workforce. And thanks for your time. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Thanks for the opportunity of speaking, members of the council. So my name is Eloy Hara. I am the current business manager of Labor's Local 169. I represent about 2,600 members. So they come from Silver Springs, from Fallon, Fernley, Carson City, Yerington. So they come from all over Northern Nevada. So my representation line is everything north of Tonopah. That's who I represent. So in regards to this project, I understand that there's a lot of opposition, and there's people in favor. My job is I represent construction workers. I represent current construction workers, future construction workers. With the comments in regards to some of the solar projects or the solar project that's ongoing, in regards to a lot of the residents of Yerington, we have provided about 25, if not more, apprentices that walked straight out of high school and walked into a career path without having to go to college, without having to explore other avenues. They went straight from high school to construction work, one of our jobs. So I know this project, if built, it'll produce a lot of jobs for a lot of local residents, journeymen, apprentices, men and women, so everyone. So that's why Labor's Local 169 and myself, we're in support of this project to be built. I know there's a lot of questions, and I feel like those questions need to be answered. But at the end of the day, we represent construction and construction workers. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Amber Shabanu. There's just a few things that haven't been addressed. Well, I don't feel like necessarily that FOPA is being honest with everything, or they're just maybe not hiding. They're hiding some things. Like what about thing they didn't address was like the 1 million gallon backup water storage that they're gonna have to have. There's just so many different little things, and we have done, I basically have a part-time job of researching data centers, so I've just did a ton of research on data centers. They have not proven that they're somehow magically different than any of the other ones. Where's the proof that they're somehow different? And all due respect to all the gentlemen that just came up and spoke, I definitely support, the construction work. I'm sure they are all paid to come here. I am glad they have jobs. They can have a job and build the data center somewhere else, not neighborhoods, not something that's going to affect the Paiute Nation, there's plenty of places that it can be built that are going to give them the jobs, but not going to affect our community. So I feel like they have not proven to us that this is different than other data centers. Here are some quotes from other communities that live in data centers. These are official quotes from people that live near a data center. I've been here for 81 years and I can't stay here. Quote, this is the water pressure in my kitchen. Quote, a trickle. Quote, this is where I fill my bucket of water for my toilet. Quote, I can't breathe outside of my home any longer. Quote, my electric bill is more than my car payment. Quote, we don't need night lights in our house anymore because it's so bright out and we can't see the stars. So they're not here to help our community. They're here to take advantage of our community. And they have to prove to us before this, if we just keep giving them okay to keep forward their plan without us actually having answers to a lot of these different things. They haven't proved to us that it's different than any of these. Maybe there is going to be some. Make them prove it first. We need to know that these things aren't going to happen. They have not done studies. They have not proven. They're not. There's been many people that talked about that. They're just glossing over all those things. I can't even tell you how many times that they're just vague. I don't know. Maybe we'll put a light here. Maybe we'll do this. Maybe, and other data centers as well. They supposedly have diesel generators that are just for emergency, but there's many of them that have never been turned off one time because they didn't do their planning correct. And so then there's all the diesel emissions and they're just, they're like, oh, it's probably going to be electric ones at some point. So many big things. Let's put a pause, make them prove it first. You guys can put a pause on it. I know you can.
Thank you very much for your time.
Keep thinking. They will stop.
Greetings. My name is Kimberly Lawson. I'm a member of the Walker River Paiute tribe. I'm a very concerned citizen. I do not have children. I'm here to fight for your children and your grandchildren, everybody's grandchildren in here. And for the record, first and foremost, I'd like to say that it is a bold-faced lie that there has been tribal consultation. I'd like to call it like it is. I have my little right up here, 1 second. I do not consent to the Monarch Data Center. We are already water deficient in our community. There is nothing positive about any data center that is being proposed across our planet. The damage to our communities and our ecosystems would be catastrophic. I do not have children, so I'm fighting for your children. Why are small towns and small communities that are water deficient being targeted? Why haven't we learned our lesson with the Anaconda copper mine? These data centers are a threat to every community, all nations, all creeds. It is time for all nations to come together and oppose these backdoor machinations from greedy politicians who obviously do not care if they pollute our water, contaminate the air, drain our underground water aquifers, destroy our communities. I vehemently call for a moratorium at the very least, so we can educate our communities as to what is exactly has been going on behind closed doors without our consent and notifications to our communities. I ask each and every one of you to open your eyes, listen to your heart, listen to the people. You have thousands of people's livelihoods weighing on your shoulders. This is not beneficial for the environment, for your children. I don't understand. I do not understand. There's a reason why these data centers are being shut down nationwide, worldwide. Why can't we see these things? Please do not make a hasty decision to go forward with this. I'm fighting for your grandchildren. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is my first time ever doing this. And I'm really.
And it's harder than people make it look, huh? I know it is.
It's just, I'm really upset.
Can you state your name for the record,
My name
please?
is Lorena Castro. And I'm coming up here because you guys need to listen to the tribes. Really need to listen to them. Go with them, walk with them, take a walk in their parks. Look at the land that you guys continue to keep giving these big corporations behind me. Farmers are getting mad because we're talking about the land, but let's go down in history and see what's been going on. They're tired of it. Citizens are tired of it. I'm a citizen. I'm tired of it. I have no reason to be angry at the people behind me, farmers, people that want whatever money, but billions and billions of dollars on data centers that you guys have not researched, that all of us know that it's surveillance for our communities. You guys need to deny it, deny it, deny it. Who are you protecting? Are you protecting us? Are you protecting your grandchildren? What about their future children? You guys are wrong for doing this. Walker River over here by Fort Churchill is dry. Why is it dry? Why is it that when I walk down Rayleigh's, you have a metal thing and none of the water is going to Schurz? None of it. You have little driplets going down there. Stop. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm so mad at you guys, and I'm not even from Nevada. I came here to Nevada because I seen beautiful landscapes, something I could breathe, so I can breathe air. Protect what you have, or let these corporations keep taking advantage of you, because that's exactly what the United States is trying to do to everyone. Because it's not just the tribes, it's for all people. You guys made an oath when you said justice for all. So stand up for your people. All of you guys, go to these reservations, go ask them, go learn. Why don't you do your history? For the last 250 years, you guys have been doing this to the tribes. Listen to them. They've learned your language. You guys taught them how to be educational and the things that are going on here, right? You guys put them in these boarding schools to teach them your language. Now learn from them. Learn the land that you're on. Respect the land that you're on. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in here who needs to speak? Okay, at this time, do we have any other questions or comments by the commissioners?
Break.
Take a break. Okay, so it's 3:04. We'll come back at 3:15 after a small break. Meeting back to order. I wanted to be timely this time. It's 3:15 on the dot, so I'm not notoriously late. Okay, so at 3:15 PM on 7/14/2026, we are calling back into the meeting for the Lorraine County Planning Commission. At this point, do we have any questions or comments by the commissioners?
I do have a comment. So, I asked about the environmental impact study. And it is not required by Lyon County code. These people permitted abundantly clear that it might not be a bad idea. I think that would be something that would alleviate a lot of their fears or answer questions. It may just help us and county commissioners make a better informed decision.
It's a comment. But you can ask a question if you want a question. Was that all that you have? Sorry, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Allen, I've got a number of concerns. I know that, the master plan changed this project to a specific plan in December of 2025. And our requirements is if a project meets all the findings of an application, then we're required, truly, we have to meet the requirements, the regulations of what the master plan or what that specific plan says. But a number of questions have come up and, there's a lot of concern by the residents of this community, this county. And I'm just thinking, if nothing else, the environmental impact statements usually generally fall under federal requirements, those guidelines. But, there's a lot of other social kinds of things that usually don't fit into that. And a lot of these, I'm concerned about the immediate neighbors, and hearing from them. They're the ones that touch my heart. The ones who are really going to be impacted by this. Another one is the Indian tribes, and that tribal consultation. I think that needs to be taken more seriously. And I think that needs to happen. With the county commission, not us, but before we give a recommendation to them. Those were the two big ones. And because this isn't, I agree, with the union representatives who spoke and with the landowners, the farmers, who spoke. And I'm for economic development, and I'm for the county getting a tax base. I'm for the county getting the economic benefit of a project like this. But on the other hand, I think there are some unanswered questions that need to be brought to light. And one of them was, just this whole information. I know the information on projects like this is going to come forth in August. You're going to be giving, the county commission is going to have a meeting on these kinds of projects.
Yeah, the board is actually, the staff is actually presenting changes and amendments to Title 15 in the beginning of August.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Andrew.
Andrew Haskell, Lyon County Manager. So the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners are going to be considering an ordinance on data centers. We'll be having a workshop in early August, I think August 3rd. August 3rd is the meeting date on that. However, this application was in before any ordinance was proposed, so
yes.
It would not be a reason to postpone this particular project.
I also, I'm not gonna really ask you any questions, but I kind of just want to reiterate that as we sit here before, I want you to know that we do read this information. We do outside resource work. We don't just come in here blind. There are things that we don't necessarily agree to every aspect of. But when it comes down to meeting the findings of what the requirements of this project are to meet at this timeline, and this project will be coming back for additional things, where the county then can also make additional requirements for the owner. And that could meet with some of these different stipulations and questions that you have. This is the preliminary hearing on the big picture item of this situation. For the residents that are close to it, I do understand your discomfort and heartbreak from that. There are some mitigation measures that may be able to come forth during the building area where sound barriers or something like that can be built. And I know it's not as attractive as just a natural landscape, but this is a piece of property that has legal rights to develop the way they want to develop it. And that's not going to meet everybody's needs in here. We understand that. We take that serious. That being said, there are going to be some requirements. You have questions on water quality. That is a situation where Lyon County doesn't make that decision. The county and the state engineer does. That information, this project will go before the state engineer to have that information and those water rights reviewed to make sure that they're being used in the most applicable way and to protect the county, the state, and the people living around it. You also have your Environmental Protection Agency who will do different water quality testings and have different permits for this project that don't come through Lyon County. They come from the state and on a federal level. They will have to adhere to those permits. They will have to adhere to the requirements and the mitigation that are presented by those permits that do safeguard us as Lyon County when we're in a situation where we can't make that decision. It's not within our jurisdiction. I respect everyone here that has said their voice and spoke their mind, and I wish and I hope you continue to do that, even on those levels when the state engineer hears those water right issues, that you contact them and you have them explain that situation to them, because they are the agency that can answer for that. I think that as we move forward with the new ordinance on data centers, we're going to have a lot of debate, and you're going to take a lot of this information. And as we move forward with new requirements, that can be addressed at the county level. That's all I have to say.
I have a question for Manager Haskins. The county board of commissioners does come up with an ordinance. Would having this PUD established before the ordinance grandfather them in and not have any aspects of that ordinance affect this project?
So it's Gavin Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. So the application was reviewed by the code adopted at the time of the application.
At the time of application, which was some months ago.
Yeah, so the application will be reviewed or is reviewed by the current adopted code at the time of that application is made.
Thank you.
I'm gonna re-ask his question because I don't think it got clarified. What he's asking though is that since this is going through now and it's going against the current standards, but we're going to hear a new ordinance discussion in August, would the requirements in August that get decided be hampered by the decision we have made today? The ordinance could be stricter for the next going forward. Just because we are passing something today does not set precedent for what the new ordinance can restrict.
That's correct. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So no, it does not create precedents. The new ordinance can be stricter and can put in different changes moving forward. So yes. This project has to be reviewed at this time on the current requirements. If they were to make a change and there was a new ordinance, we had a project that has come before us in the past that started ahead of time and they didn't finish in time, and a new ordinance came up and they had to be reviewed against the new ordinance. yes, if they stay on track and they are meeting their milestones, they would have to continue under what the guidance is of what the county regulations are currently. I'll let.
Yep,
you
just a
clarify
point of
that better.
clarification. In that respect, if the application expires, as far as the development application, as those are defined in county code as being a building permit, a conditional use permit, or anything of that matter, then yes, the reapplication would apply with the new ordinances adopted at that time.
That makes sense. If they don't meet any of their current milestones and they miss expiration dates, they would have to start over under the new regulations. But if they stay on track with what the regulations are currently and they meet their milestones, they have to be governed by what laws are and requirements are in place today. Does that make sense? For instance, if they did not meet a permit date and it expired, they would have to reapply and they would have to meet the new requirements. The stricter ones, if they are stricter, yes.
I would say the only exception is building codes, if they were adopted, which typically there are 3-year, 6-year cycles, depending on the county or city jurisdiction. Those would apply at time of the building permit. So that would be an ordinance change that would still be applied. So just clarifying that as well.
Does that make sense? What we saying is that if they have, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, Madam Chair, I was just gonna suggest that we not, it's not public comment at the moment, so.
Okay, so at this time,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
One more point of clarification, just so the public is aware of kind of standard process as far as applications and routing those applications. So as part of the application process, when we receive an application, we have 3 days internally to deem that application complete. That means all the requirements within the applicable chapter of code are satisfied. We received a complete application per our application and the checklist. At that point in time, that application is distributed to internally to roads department, utilities, anything within the county that would pertain to the project. Sometimes utilities is not involved. Obviously, this is a classic example. There are no Lyon County utilities in the areas that would be affected. Also, we send the applications out to other agencies, NDOT, for instance. We did in this instance send it to the Arrington Paiute Tribe as well, to the chairman email. So just a point of clarification there as well. So it did follow the proper routing procedures. My apologies if there was miscommunication there, but just want to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you. Is Commissioner Loomis online? I don't see her. Sorry, I just want to make sure. Okay. I just want to move forward as for a vote. No, I know. I just want to make sure she's on there before we move forward. There she is. And her hand is raised, so we're going to let Commissioner Loomis speak.
Hi, can you put my camera on for me, Andrew, please? Here we go. Thank you. Sorry, we had a massive lightning strike. We're having a wicked storm over here and everything went out. My power went out, everything went out. So I apologize. I don't know where we're at. Are we just at comments, Chairman, Madam Chair?
Commissioners have spoken, so I was just asking if you had any questions or if you wanted to make a motion.
I don't have any questions. I would think it would be better if somebody made a motion from the room, being as I'm not in the room.
I just want to make one quick comment. When I was trained 3 years ago, we were trained when we walked through that door, we checked our motions and we looked at findings, because this is a legal body. And we can't keep moving people's goalposts. When they file for a project, they're entitled, if they meet those, if the planning department says they meet the findings, we're required by law to prove them. And I personally would love to see this in the commissioner's lap. They're all online, several more today, to hear your comments. And even if they said no, they can still go ahead and go about their own way. We're just advisory.
So I'm going to make a comment and recommendation. It's based on the findings of chapter 15.349.10 presented to this commission by the Lyon County Planning Department of Lyon County Code. I move that the Planning Commission forward this recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the request of Hopia Power Development Company LLC for approval of a zone change from Title 10 District RR5 Fifth Rural Residential 20-acre minimum to planned unit development for the Monarch Data Center, a 4.6 million square foot, 1,000 megawatt data center consisting of 8 two-story buildings up to 95 feet tall, a 500 megawatt battery energy storage system, 500 watt megawatt natural gas backup system, an electrical substation, high power lines, voltage lines, and other necessary uses over 2 parcels subject to RR20 rural residential, 20-acre minimum. Zoning totals 505.40 acres in accordance with the Monarch Data Center specific plan and the additional language recommended by staff relating to roadway improvements on Highway 95A, APNS 014-201-07 and 014-201-30 PLZ 2026-041.
Thank you. It was motioned by Commissioner Jones. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A seconded by Commissioner Merritt. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
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 4-3.
Any abstentions? That motion passes 4-3-0. What? Yep. Nay. Sure, Officer, Commissioner Merritt,
Here.
you say yea or nay?
Oh.
I or
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Commissioner Irvin, nay.
Commissioner Allen, nay. Commissioner Sarasola, A.
Commissioner Jones, yes.
Commissioner Davis, aye.
Commissioner Loomis,
Commissioner Loomis, nay.
it passes 4-3-0. We're moving on to item number 8, Community Development Director. You want to take a recess?
I'm serious. I'm gonna sit down.
5 minutes recess, and we'll come back at 3:38. And 7:14. The Lyon County Planning Commission for Tuesday, July 14th. We're on item number 8. The Community Development Director, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gavin Henderson, Community Development Director for the record. So just as we've already touched on, but just want to reiterate that we are having the data center workshop on August 3rd at 9 a.m. in the board chambers here. The goal of that workshop is to go over the draft ordinance that staff has been working on. Obviously get feedback from the communities, the board, and make sure that we have an effective ordinance moving forward for the data center project.
Is this a large enough facility? I think you're.
Yeah, we expect it to be well attended and hopefully gather some good input there. Couple other updates. So we did pass a new fee resolution and just had a couple fees adjusted or changed, added new. One of those would we now have a fee for individual storage container. It's a set permit. So trying to incentivize people to come to the county and follow the process, do it the right way, because we do have problems with storage containers being set on vacant properties, on property lines. They are hard to track, so we're trying to incentivize people to come in and apply for that permit. It is over the counter permit. It's an $80 permit with a $25 processing fee, so pretty nominal. But we just want to make that an easier pathway for people, just to verify that they're in compliance with setbacks. We understand that these are engineered products. They're not gonna fly away in the wind, so we want to make sure the permit's gonna match those standards.
Will those also apply to like, say, a semi trailer? They use the similar purpose?
No, so it's just for a storage container, Conex box, stuff like that. The other, we did add a $100 fee for zoning determination, unlisted use. Currently, we didn't have that in the fee resolution. We had it in the development code, we just having a fee attached for it, so now we have a nominal fee of $100 for that. We also added a food truck permit fee. So previously, the food trucks had a $500 fee. So if you were coming to do business in Lyon County, even one time, it was a $500 fee. So again, they're hard businesses to track. We want to make sure that they're being taken care of, following procedures. So we established a $100 fee. It's still a TUP. We did make it quasi over the counter permit application. So we do have set standards, conditions of approval. Obviously, it's as good as the application will get. So you got to have a business license, you got to have your health inspections, health permits, etc. Come to the county office, apply for your permit, receive it that day, if not relatively quickly if we're missing some information.
How long is that good for?
It's good for a year and up to 5 locations.
Okay.
Yeah. The conditions, one of the biggest ones is they can't be within 300 feet of a brick and mortar restaurant. So that's the biggest one we look for. But again, just trying to incentivize people to come in and do it. It was a barrier of entry. We have had multiple people come to the counter trying to go through the process. They're only in town for a one-time event. Never saw them come back, had the event. Couldn't determine if they were there or not, but just trying to make it a little easier. So just wanted to update the planning commission that there are some changes, trying to incentivize people to come in and just follow, process county code.
In clarification, when you say up to 5 locations, you're saying 5 different trucks?
No.
Or where they can place it in 5 different locations. Okay, so like if you were gonna do a farmer's market in Yerington on Tuesday and one in Dayton. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
And that's on top of the fees that the city of Yerington or the city of Fernley would assess.
Yeah, they have their own separate process. Yep. If they're in the city of Yerington or city of Fernley jurisdiction, they don't have to come for a permit through us. It's only for the unincorporated areas of Lyon County. With that, I'm always available if there's any questions the commission may have. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is the commissioner comments and agenda requests. Anybody have any of those?
Good meeting.
Thank you. It was a very good meeting and I appreciate everyone's attendance and information. I'm going to make one comment. I do think that when we have the meeting on August 3rd, it's a great opportunity as planning commissioners to attend and to bring some of the conversations that were had here today about putting, tribe consultation. It can be put into the ordinance that it is a requirement or proof of notification. So something like that. The other side of things too, with making sure the different permits. So those are conversations to have and we would like your participation. So there can be that dialogue of what you'd like to see and what we need to maybe implement better going forward. If there's nothing else with that, Commissioner Loomis, do you have anything to say on that? Anything? No? Okay. So number 10, public participation. No, she shook her head. No, thank you.
It's gone.
So, okay, I take everybody's, for the record, Phyllis is, I have to read the statement first. Sorry, I know, but if I don't, it doesn't count then. Number 10, public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. Members of the public who wish to address the planning commission may approach the podium and speak on matters related to the Lyon County Planning Commission, but not on items appearing on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person or topic and will not be restricted based on viewpoint. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. At this time, you can say your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hopefully I'll get all 3 this time. Yes, I do want to say, I know you guys work hard on these things and you put a lot of time in, but we do agree to disagree.
just want to point out that last night, at last night's meeting or Monarch thing, that they were unaware that we are near an earthquake, active earthquake area, and could not tell me if they took that into consideration in their building stuff. Let that, so just want to be on the record that this development would require so many variances of our current ordinances that were put in place for our community's safety, that there is no way to argue that it is not a danger to the community. If the planning commissioners have recommended this project to the county commissioners, it is in its current form, fully aware that the county's current lack of infrastructure to support such a project. I believe they are willfully negligent in their duties, placing Lyon County directly liable for any incidents, and each planning commissioner should be held personally liable for their willful negligence. I know in an effort to avoid a lawsuit, I heard it from several of you that you were worried about getting sued. You may have now put yourself at risk of other lawsuits, including and/or class action suit. Thank you.
Hi, Robin, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Robin Diggs for the record. I went to the irrigation district meeting in Smith Valley and here in Arrington. The water master told the farmers here that in August, the water will be gone. And the evaporation rate that's going up on Topaz, our water comes from Lee Mining, the entrance into Yosemite. A lot of these indigenous people came from Yosemite, their grandmothers, they even lived there at times. The Walker or the Arrington Paiute tribe are supposed to get water. And they've gone to the legislature. They were supposed to get water, and they're not going to get it again. This is bad. This is bad. And no, you said to go to the water, the state water or the engineer. Yeah, it didn't be the federal. There are so many steps aren't done, and Joe Lombardo let go of the person, fired the person who is helping us as a planet globally. And the BLM illegally sold the land or leased it all over Lyon County, all over. They did not have the hydrologists. They did not have the people. You're taking the BLM land, our land, and putting in they got the Anaconda mine opening back up, and they're going to be over in Smith. Then they got one on the old Nevada copper came in, and the county tried to get that land, they couldn't, and so the city got it and they pushed it through. It's supposed to take 10 years to push it through. That mine was never going to be open pit. You can't make money without open pit mining. And they bankrupt. They went bankrupt. They paid all these bills to the hardware stores, ran up bills and bills, and never could pay them. They had to pull them off. Now write them off. Now there came up again and off of Purcell Lane and all. There's going to be the new organization took it. There's going to be 2 pits, and this is so close to Pumpkin Hollow, that's sacred ground. That was supposed to become wilderness area. I don't know what happened and who dropped the ball on that, but the indigenous people don't realize what's going on. It's going so fast. And as far as that, the Union 169, they're coming out of there. They're going to be exposed to things from those panels when they're broke, and they're going to end up when they're 18 years old and making $30 an hour. They're going to have cancer when they're 35.
Thank you. Again, I know for the 3rd time, state your name just for the record for us. Thank you.
Highly no heart in war, just like it sounds, no heart in war. It actually doesn't mean that. It actually means you give your whole heart to your community and your loved ones, that when you meet your enemy, you know who they are because you have no more to give. I just want to keep it short and brief. If the company and committee doesn't acknowledge NRS 383.121 and NRS 383.170. We all have that written down in our notes. This violates the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 36 CFR 800. I just want that to be reiterated in my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Margot Easley. And hello, I'm here to talk about water too, but not with the data center. I live on Cheyenne Trail in Stagecoach. And just a little while ago, we had a flash flood that ran right down my street, fellas, and it was so bad. There was a guy on an air mattress taking a ride, and that was on, I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was on Facebook, and it was really interesting. Anyway, what I want to know is, do you guys have anything to do with the flood mitigation program? Because, hey, it stinks, as far as I'm concerned. I'm one of the few people that, on my part of the street that had a culvert. But it was so bad, my little culvert just got overrun with the sand and gravel from somebody else way up the street. And I still have a hard time getting out of my driveway. I am 78. I don't look at those, do I, folks? Tell me no. Anyway, and I'm still putting gravel and stuff, trying to make it so my little Subaru doesn't have such a hard time getting out of my driveway. We really need help up there because there's a lot of elderly people who can't get out of their driveway and who are doing the same thing, scrambling to figure out a way. Lyon County has to come up with a better plan, since we're talking about water. Flood plan for that kind of stuff. I know we only have it once every 15 years or so, but it's devastating when it happens, folks. So if you can look into a better way for when we have those flash floods, because here in the desert, they can be deadly. I lost a lot of chickens. I know they don't count to some people, but they count to me. And I would really like to see somebody come up with really good plans and maybe put culverts along that roads that are going to do like that, so that it'll save a lot of money in the long run, really. Cheyenne Trail. And yes, it was really bad. You guys, you had to come along with, I mean, the dirt that they got from the road and the highway was stacked this high. So you can talk to your road people, they'll tell you. And thank you very much for being here. I appreciate what you take. I don't appreciate that you approved the deal. I still think you should wait. Just, patience pays off. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tara Berry. I live on Penrose Lane. There's a lot of talk about the data centers and the sound and the noise and the lights. My neighbor turned me in 2 years in a row through the Lyon County Animal Control because of my 15-pound dog barking. And I got served twice. And they couldn't really do anything because they have to prove a 10-day bark log. And my 15-pound dog didn't bark that much, but we did put cameras up and all kinds of stuff just to make sure. But with that being said, I hope that they put something in place when they build this humongous thing in a residential neighborhood with people and animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dennis Wilson.
Thank you, Dennis.
And I've lived here in this valley all my life. And I'm here to talk. I worked at Domenici Brothers Ranch over the years, and we used to stand at Pete's house and look to the south. And if you could see the snow on Sawtooth above Bridgeport, on the 4th of July, we would have plenty of water for the year. When you couldn't see that, we were gonna be short water. When we were short water, the farmers shared. And we had enough water for all the alfalfa fields to go and supply shores and put water into the lake. Now, they've gotten rid of all the farmers have sold out. Perry's bought it, put onions in, and started pumping groundwater. Well, now, all the trees on the highway and everywhere, they've been cut down and cut on the way. No shade trees in the valley no more. Because it blocks the sunlight for the onions. The onions take chemicals to grow. I think David Perry and his brothers and cousins, when they came in, they were my neighbors. They worked like cats and dogs to hustle and make it. But now they're outgrown this valley and they've demolished it. Now they're you want to put a data center there to take more water. All the springs in Smith Valley that used to come out, there's no water because they're pumped it out of the groundwater. You know, and we're going to do this. What water we've got doesn't have enough to do the fields because we don't put it back in when you sprinkle. We pump it out. And if it keeps going, we won't have no way to grow food. We used to grow alfalfa and cattle here. Now we got onions and dried dirt after the onions are taken. I mean, we're going backwards instead of moving ahead, and the county's allowing it. Farming is fine. The data center is fine if you need it, but we don't need it. AI is going to kill us. And life on Earth is the number one thing. It'll kill you. Just life on Earth. Thank you very much. Consider that.
James Osashi, for the record. Go online. Every one of those data centers where they have the noise complaints, any of the problems are 1% the size of the thing that is coming in here. Which means every problem that they're having is going to be hundreds of times worse here. Every problem. 30 megawatts is the average data center for all of the ones, and those are the ones where people are complaining about noise at 58 decibels for 30 megawatts. And that's what they claim the decibel level is going to be for something that is over 100 times larger than that. There is absolutely no way any of that is possible. It is going to get so much worse here because of how much larger this is compared to anywhere else. 3,000 people in this valley, and they want to put the largest data center in 7 states on the West Coast here. We don't have the infrastructure barely in place to support the people who we have here. We have brownouts every year. Every year. If they draw any power, we go from brownouts to blackouts. I have a 92-year-old neighbor. She turned 92 on Monday. If she's sitting in her house and we weren't there to help and that power went out, how long would she have to sit there before somebody found her? And she's not the only one. It's going to get worse.
Jim DeChambeau. Well, you surprised me. At least 3 commissioners voted no. You know, I believe you people were swayed by the people that are making money off of this project. The property owner is been paid over $53 million for his water rights, and now he wants to sell this property because he can't make a living farming it. I'll just leave that there. this company is going to ask for tax abatements. And it's gonna cost this county dearly. They're not gonna get near the money that they expect to get after they get a 75% tax abatement for 20 years. And the life of the project's 25. And as of now, as I understand it, you haven't put nothing on them for a reclamation bond. And when you do, you'll probably do it the same way that you did it for solar panels and allow them to have a bank letter of credit for a reclamation bond. We saw how well that worked with our Metco. A bank letter of credit's as good as a piece of toilet paper when they file bankruptcy. And at least if you do a ordinance on these, don't let them have a bank letter of credit. Make them put up a bond like mining companies have to put up. Make it realistic, or the county's going to be cleaning this stuff up. You know, I don't, the building department can't even tell you how many restrooms they gotta have, how big their leach field is gonna be, or anything else. And it just, you guys made a terrible mistake today. And we know what'll happen when it goes to the commissioners.
Does anybody else in the room want to speak? It looks like we have Matthew Winterhawk that wants to speak online.
All right, Matthew Winterhawk again here for the record. You know, I'm not asking this commission to take any action tonight, as they already did, but I am going to be addressing a broader issue that affects planning commissions, county boards, and rural communities across northern Nevada. The overlap between public land use authority and private industries positioned to benefit from that development being approved. Now, from Story to Washoe to Lyon to Churchill, Pershing, Humboldt, Lander, Eureka, Elko, they're all the same. Enormous. They're watching this data center, transmission, battery storage. They're seeing all this stuff coming across. The public is repeatedly told that the decisions are limited, preliminary, or unrelated to the larger build-out. But that's why transparency is not optional. Publicly available records currently show that Chair Shannon Sarasola with the following businesses: Sarasola Inspection Services, CP Construction Group. Public biographies describe her as a majority owner of Sarasola Inspection Services and CP Construction Group. Those businesses are publicly associated with environmental permitting, construction management, grading, excavation, water and gas infrastructure, electrical transmission and distribution, hazardous material. The public deserves to know whether any commissioner, private business, family member, or financially connected person, Joe Cacioppo, RCI, NV, which is definitely a tie to Massini, to Lamoille, to water rights all across the state, to Coyote Springs, billions of dollar lawsuit. They need to know whether or not your clients were approached and have bids, proposals, referrals, pending contracts, future business opportunities. Was the county council consulted? I'm really frustrated with where we're at, because it's not addressing anything about merits or agendized applications. What is being really found out is that people are genuinely selling out their entire communities and not recusing themselves on votes, not informing and utilizing non-disclosure agreements, as we saw inside of the presentation today that stated it was trade secrets, which I definitely had brought up like across this entire state. You hid behind NDAs. You obfuscated, you omitted, you lied to your neighbors' faces. The same as they did with the mining when they watched your families die. The same as they did with nuclear explosions when they tested for 40 years and watched you die as downwinders. Are you going to sit there and continue this path, or are you going to change the world today and stand the hell up and tell the truth? That is what I want done in 17 counties, and why I will come, and hell will come with me, because God has sent me to make sure that you are all honest across this state, and I will be damned if it does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? Okay, that's gonna end it with public comment. I am going to make a public comment. My name is Shannon Sarasola. I do own both of those businesses. And if I had any relation to anybody on this project, landowner to worker or Copa company, I would disclose it. And I would not vote on this. I would not take a stance with it. I wouldn't put myself in that situation for anything. I've never put myself in that situation and I would disclose anything. And I always think that this sense of propriety is real. So if I was 2 steps away from it, I would make it very clear and I would have conversation with the attorney that represents Lyon County and make sure that I had protection in that situation, or if it needed to be disclosed, I would disclose it. Thank you. And with that being said, that will take us to the adjournment of this meeting at 4:08 p.m. Thank you everyone for attending.
This meeting with